Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Free Market Show for Thursday, September the 14th. My name is Barry Haynerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. All right, guys. So today, of course, we've got the big ARM IPO. Now, there's going to be 95 million, but it looks like they're only releasing about 9% or 10% into the float. So they're only going to be about 9 million in the float. Looks like it's going to come out at around 51. That's what it's priced at anyway. We'll have to see what happens when it does open. Usually, now in the old days, IPOs usually opened around 10:30. So we'll have to see when this opens, but this is a big, widely, as they say, anticipated IPO, and that is ARM, ARM. Now, I'm really not seeing a lot of stuff I like, guys. There are some, crazy little ones. The FWBI, yeah, I had to read that twice. The FWBI, so they're actually teaming up with SNY, Sanofi, a much larger company, of course, but it's them that is paying Sanofi about $500,000 for the rights for Sanofi, and Sanofi is giving them the rights to market or to try to develop this product. It's a bio, of course. So anyway, that is the FWBI. Real was mentioning the HPQ, and yeah, insiders. Who's selling some? Berkshire selling 5.5 million shares. So it's not, well, it's sort of an insider, but anyway, Berkshire selling 5.5 million shares of HPQ, putting a damper on this stock right now. So I will look at some other. I mean, AMC actually. I mentioned this one yesterday. I thought if this would take out, and it already has done it, unfortunately. We're looking at this one yesterday, and the high that was of interest was 838, and of course it's through that now. And the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1170. So we'll see. I mean, the high in the pre-market is 908. If it takes that out, it may have a little run. I mean, it's already had a nice run of 8%. KITT, KITT. Again, I'm not really seeing too much, guys. I'm gonna have to wait for this market to open for me to get interested in any one thing, really. KITT, but these are, I mean, 2.7 million, 15 million in the float, 2.7 million is traded already. KITT and offshore service agreement with Shell. RNAZ, RNAZ, RNAZ. And this is up because I don't know. I'm looking at a headline, trying to find a headline. I don't see any headline on this one. Popped up to $1.50 in the pre-market and has dropped almost 50%. I'm sorry, a third. It's interesting. We're in for a very positive open. Yeah, very positive open. Not too many stocks that are up though, more than 10%. And meeting my filter requirements. I think this is, I don't know what this PFSW is. It's a crazy looking thing. Transaction expected to be completed in Q4 of 2023. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I cannot. Oh, I see. It's an acquisition. They're being acquired by GXO. Okay, that's why. That's the reason. VTLE, VTLE. Let's take a look at this one. VTLE. So this is down 5.5%. And they are looking like they're going to buy a $1.17 billion deal to expand in the Permian Basin. Okay, so basically, I guess they're going to have, yeah, they're going to have to raise money. So it's a sort of a financing. Getting close to that 450 mark again for the SPY. PENN, PENN. Which bank is bullish on PENN? I think they put a $29 price target on them. Boy, remember all the excitement that they're going to be teaming up with ESPN, online betting and all. And that was that day right there. Got up to $29. But you know, it's sold off, sold off, sold off, and it's really been just in a decline ever since. IE, IE, I don't mean that is. IE is, let's see, this is down. Okay, so this is a financing, $150 million financing. Yeah, Etsy's right up here too. I thought it was an earnings play, but it's not an earnings play. Etsy's not an earnings play, ETSY. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 74. So this is this Wolf research, as Real is pointing out, $100 price target. Now that's a lofty, that's an aggressive price target for a $68 stock. And yeah, I mean, I don't really see too much more, guys. I mean, I'm seeing all these little ones that the Flyers earlier this week or last week, and they're all giving it up, of course. And so that's nothing really to see here. Um, I guess I should mention this JZXN. Awful looking 15-minute chart in the pre-market, topping tails, bottoming tails. The low float, China, 1.9 million in the float. So I see Bitcoin's had a little bit of a pop this morning. I guess we should keep an eye on Mara. The 10 level looks like it's fairly safe. The 200 or the VWAP's at 1013. The 200-day moving average 957. It almost touched it yesterday, and it basically bounced off that. Now let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, quite a few upgrades actually this morning. So I'll get some of them in, see if there's anything interesting. I did see some action on CCL this morning, Carnival. I have to take a look at the price. Actually, it may not have been action. I think I would just read something about it. There's the Etsy. There's the Etsy upgrade by Wolf. See if anybody else is doing that too. For solar, upgraded by BMO, Bank of Montreal. Got a price target of 237. I'll check the price of that. You know what? I don't know who these guys are. Redburn Atlantic. I'm not sure how much weight they carry. but they're upgrading the cruisers. I see they've upgraded CCL, they've upgraded NCLH. Wouldn't surprise me if they've upgraded RCL somewhere. I don't see it, but I don't know. I don't know this group at all. Redburn Atlantic, Oracle. Oracle's been upgraded by DZ Bank with a $125 price target. I think that was after. I think it was a Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan yesterday with a $100 price target. A couple of upgrades for SMPC from different analysts. Okay, let me take a look at CCL. Yeah, modest move so far. So this is just Redburn Atlantic. Again, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen them before. So, but they're upgrading the cruisers. Take a look at the downgrades. Yeah, the list is about the same as the upgrades in terms of length. Look at ULCC been downgraded with a price target of 8. Let's see what the price is right now. Nah, that's way below. Well, RTX is. Did somebody mention that one? RTX is downgraded a couple of times. Also, already been hit hard. RTX. Targets of 79 and 75, so basically it's right there. Oh, I see. Trade swings. You have some news about RTX. All right, guys. Well, 9:13 now. Again, I'm not really feeling it in terms of. I mean, I'm going to keep an eye on the arm. The fact that when I first read about it and they were 95 million were coming out, it's a huge IPO, but they're only going to be releasing about 9%. So they're only going to be about 9 million shares outstanding in the float right now. So that could get really crazy. In 20, okay, that's about right. It's always say around 10:30 for most IPOs, discounting all those really crazy, crazy low float IPOs, but all the major IPOs used to be around 10:30. So that makes sense. 10:20. Okay, I'm just looking to see if anything is sneaking in here, making into the top 10. I do not see anything. Well, okay, Taseko Mines, TGB, having a bit of a pop here. It's EPA nod for Arizona Copper Mine. Okay, so that's the deal for TGB. That's the reason why it's popping this morning. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, Docked Channel Bar, and then click on Show More. As I scroll down through the channels, Show More, and then Sector Status. See what's happening now. We're in for a big positive open. Every sector should be positive right now. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. Now there's AMC, guys, just taking out 9 right now. So what does this mean? 100% in green? What that means is that the stocks that make up XLE, 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means. And as I say, we're in for a positive open, which so that makes sense that virtually every well, not virtually, every single sector is at least over 50%. Most of them are a lot higher, of course, percentage wise. Hey guys, there's AMC on the move here. Now, if you're looking for news, there's no news. This is just, oh, wait a minute, there is news. The company announced it completed its it raised okay, market equity offering 40 million shares, so it's completed it, raised $325 million. All right. So it's completed it. Now, they seem to infer that they could do this every month. Every month they might be doing a 40 million. But right now it's having a run because that has been completed. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. So AMC, yeah, I mean, it's on the move. I mean, the next high looking left is 1170. So, my feelings for this company and all, set aside. I mean, this is a play. Now, this is shortable for me, 811,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Sometimes some games were played a few weeks ago. I'd see at Interactive Brokers about well over 1 million shares available. And then I'd look, I don't know, a minute later, they're all gone. Impossible, in my opinion, just impossible. And then they come back, look again, and then they'd be there again. Anyway, as we speak, 800,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so the Dow was down yesterday, Nas was up. So my guess is that consumer staples continues to decline. XLP, I'm looking at there's that 200-day moving average, that blue line. So it's still well below. Financials, I want to take a look at financials. That was right around the area. Actually, I'm wrong. I thought XLF was sitting right on top of the 200-day, but it's actually moving away a little bit. Retail, though, that is not a sector to be in. So if you find a retail stock that is moving higher, that is definitely contrary to the overall sector. Okay, there's XRT, there's that 200-day moving average, the blue line on my daily chart, and moving down away from it. Healthcare was the other one. I think it was healthcare, the one that was sitting on top of the 200-day. Yeah, so it's still sitting right on top of that 200-day moving average. Having a little pop this morning, but all right, guys, that's about it. I mean, we know that communications and tech are well above the 200-day. Jerks, if I'm pronouncing that right. How about JARX? Good morning. Welcome to the room. Be one moment as I load one more thing. So ran up. Okay, XLE. Let's take a look at XLE. Little bit of a pullback, but not much real, right? I'm just looking at XLE. Of course, you're talking oil itself. I'm just looking at the energy sector ETF. Look at this market. Look at this market. But we've been in a really tough, choppy market over the last few days, guys. Um, this is what I saw. Okay. One of Chris actually posted this in our Slack. JJ, you found this? Okay. Now we'll see. I mean, that looks reputable, but we'll have to see once it opens. Because that's obviously a huge difference. Because if that's the case, if they're only releasing about 9 million shares, and with the $51 price, IPO price, I mean, that could go absolutely crazy. Now, are they playing with us here, or I thought Delta? Well, maybe Delta is different from American. I thought American Airlines dropped their Q3 revenue forecast. Anyway, Delta is increasing theirs, raises their Q3 revenue forecast. They don't release. Well, we're getting closer, guys. October 12th. So I just want to see one thing here. AA. Yeah, we got about a month before earning seasons really starts again. I was talking about ARM, yes, PJ. Now we have about a month till earning season gets going again. October 18th is when Alcoa releases. That's just to get Williams' blood pressure up a little this morning. But you see what I posted, Casa? They may only be releasing 10% or 9%, only floating 9% of the shares. We'll see. I mean, listen, it'll be pretty evident. Well, there's a bit of a slam down now for AMC, guys. I did not take it short, but there's a bit of a slam down now for AMC. I'd have to really dive into this because I thought that they could do this 40 million share deal, every single month. I guess if they wanted to, and what's going to stop them? But anyway, we'll see. Ah, that I doubt, Jay, but it's a big slam down. That's a pretty big slam down. Nine from 931 down to 896. Pretty big percentage slam down for AMC. Let's see, yeah, still shares available. 812,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers to short. And the Etsy with that big price target of $100 by Wolf. Look at Look left on the daily chart, and 72.72 is the next high. I'm sorry, that's wrong. 69.39 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. You're not talking about Airbnb, PJ. Oh, you're talking Airbnb. Okay. All right, guys. Time is it now? 9:28. So about 2 minutes to the open. How has the SPY performed so far this month? The September is the worst month historically. So this is the first 2 weeks right there. So I mean, not terrible, but sort of have my eye on a holo just in case it does something crazy today. Would really have to take out two in a big way. All right, guys, less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Gonna get rid of this, get set for this open. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes of the day, try to let things settle down a little bit. And we are now almost open. 3, 2, 1. There we go. We're now open. So let's see what's happening right off the bat. I did see a couple of upgrades for SMTC, guys. I did see them. I posted them in there. A couple of upgrades for SMTC. Actually, this is an earnings play. I didn't realize it. It's an earnings play. It must not have had the volume for me to have seen it. But SMTC is an earnings play. And the next high is looking left around 25. Boy, if it cracks 25, there's a lot of room on top. So Etsy, I think, yeah, sort of fade mode right now, but it's early, guys. I cannot take anything this early. Etsy, ETSY in fade mode right now. Looks like that's it for FWBI for a while anyway. Okay, so much for those downgrades for RTX. RTX having a little bit of a pop this morning, but again, it's super early. Okay, for some reason I have a price alert for Acres, ACRS. Oh, I see why. Yeah, when did I put that in there? Put a while ago. Give me a moment as I don't know why I don't have that. All right, guys, NCLH. What do I know about ARM, Peter? Just whatever is publicly available. They're going to be, looks like it's going to IPO. Somebody said 10/10/20 Eastern time. Suggested IPO price $51, 95 million shares, but somebody said that they might only be releasing 9% of that float. That's all I can tell you. Okay, I might have been wrong about FWBI, guys. FWBI, I mean, if it cracks $1, that'll get people like myself even interested. I mean, it's already up 118%. It's a very low float, 7 million in the float. Daily reversal, RBLX. Let's see what's happening with RBLX. This is a daily reversal so far. Really? Just a minute, Sam. Maybe I typed it in wrong for you. Just give me a moment. All got to be in caps. Just give me a moment. I'll type it in myself and see if it's working. Hmm. Let me find out. I'll have to get back to you on it, okay? It's been, that's been a code that's been around for a long time, so but I'll have to get back to you on it, Sam, okay? Okay, guys, Carvana. So here's another one, guys. This is another, wow, look at this one. This could be interesting. VIRT. This is a daily reversal. Daily reversal. Huge down day yesterday, taking out the high of yesterday. Okay, wow. Shoot, FWBI guys now over a dollar. Yeah, a moment, Sam. Sam, have you ever used that code before? Okay, Sam, listen, do me a favor and okay, go to support at trade-ideas.com. Give, ask for Shantae with your email address, okay? And she'll be able to do it for you manually, okay? Shoot, I've missed the Roblex. I've missed that one on the big bounce. Shantae, well, you see, I've posted it. Shantae, her name is Shantae. Okay. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just trying to help Sam here. So IOVA, guys, IOVA just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And this is not quite an all-time low. IOVA. Whoa, CLDI. I don't recall this one yesterday. Would there been a simple name change? Excuse me, I don't really remember this one yesterday, CLDI. Look at AMC now, guys. Second break underneath 9 with gold. Oh man, what games are being played here? Look at Delta. DAL said they raised guidance, market opens, and it goes negative. Holo tanking again. All right, this has some room. AVXL just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, and it has some room. Looking left on the daily chart, the next high is at 875. So it has some room to run. It hit, what did it hit in the pre-market? Almost got up to that high in the pre-market, 868. Had some news. Did have some news. Alzheimer play. So Mara, yeah, Mara's on the move here, guys. That 10 held. A lot of volume coming in that first 15-minute candle. Hewlett Packard bounced. HPQ bounced. So HPQ, Etsy going in opposite directions. DJ, look at WW. The high last week was 811.60, so it's close to that high. The next high looking left on the weekly charts around 1213. The WW having a nice move here. Oh, did you? I didn't see that. Okay. Oh, you yelled, Barry. No, you didn't. You didn't post it in the room. All right, guys, we're almost the first 15 minutes in. Then I can start really looking more carefully and closely at some things. SMTC, guys, SMTC. So I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Look at that. I mean, got up to 25.21 and drops $1. So much happening in the first 15 minutes that can cause you a lot of grief. Well, let's take a look at HPQ. Real's talking about the VWAP. The VWAP is at 27.14. So well, IOVA continues down here, guys. Not quite an all-time low. Showing up on the abnormal option activity, showing up here on the 10-day daily breakdown, the only one so far. Just a little too early for me to take it. For some reason, NKLA is popping. 20% short, 12%. All right, this one's got some room. Fiber, FYBR. This is the one of the ones that seem to get tied into. I had the big drop. We had the lead scare. The fiber is trying to run here a little bit, guys. 1609 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for FYBR. So we have a halt for GENI. This is a news halt. This is actually a news halt. This is not a volatility halt. This doesn't look good. And it's halted. The stock already dropped 10%, and now it's halted for news. They're also, yeah, I read this in the pre-market also. Yeah, they're doing an offering, 20 million share offering. Ah, man, I mean, talk about wild action. I mean, look at Mara now, guys. I mean, Mara. I mean, look at this big pop up to 1046, right back down to 10. Oh man, IOVA just getting hammered here, guys. Almost now an all-time low. Interestingly, Oracle had an upgrade this morning, had a downgrade yesterday, of course. So that upgrade is kind of working. Oracle, $125 by DZ Bank, first target. Yeah, 4 is showing up on the momentum scan. The next high looking left is 57.35, so a little bit of room. Not a lot of room percentage-wise, but a little bit of room. RBC has put a target of $80 on 4. RBC, $80 target on 4. All right, so Penn is on the move, PENN on the move here, guys. $28, I think it was a $28 price target, $29 price target put on them by Deutsche Bank. Okay, CRH, big area for to try to take out. There's a high right there at 55.20, another one at 55.20, and another one at 55.18. So, I mean, if it can take that out, and it got, what did it get to this morning? 55.25. If it can clear these three highs right there, the next high is 56.70. So a little bit of room. When I say a little bit of room, I'm always looking left to see where could it go until it hits the next high. If it clears that one, I mean, here's your more fantasy level up to 58 for CRH. But as we speak, you know, these three highs right there and today's high could stall it for CRH. Okay, now it looks like it's over for FWBI. Fiber kept going, guys. FYBR mentioned this one about 20, 30 cents ago. Again, the next high looking left is 1605. Here's a tanker stock, STNG. The next high looking left is 58.24. That's got a lot of room on the weekly chart anyway. 58.24, a lot of room. Almost $5. Dish on the move. Okay, Dish is on the move. Boy, it's been beaten up horribly. Okay day yesterday. Follow through a bit today. The next high looking left doesn't interest me. The next high looking left is too close. A lot in the float. Quarter of a billion. Yeah, a quarter of a billion in the float. Well, some of these cheapies are coming out of the woodwork. WMULN, MULN on the move here. Okay, I just opened the private message. Well, that's the code I've been having had forever. So I just opened a private message to you, Sam. Well, on IOVA, I missed the boat on this one. I tried to actually get it a couple of times and I just didn't get the pill I wanted. Tons of shares available, 9 million to short for IOVA, but they kept dropping on me. I kept moving my price down, but could not get it where I wanted it. That's a great short, 505 down to 446. That's a great percentage move. Okay, guys, be prepared for craziness. Oh, UPTD, be prepared for craziness now. So, a few days ago, this got up to what, 30 odd dollars, $33. So, Sam, I just opened, I'm going to have to close it down, okay? I just opened a private message to you. I'm sort of waiting for the for you to type the code in, but just let me know when you're ready. Okay. Okay. I just typed in test. Um, yeah, so be ready. Takes out 10. This could get rocking again. The next high looking left is 1250. Highly speculative, of course. Look at the float, 742 million in the float. Oh, you know what then? They have juxtaposed it, Sam. Okay. Because it used to be it used to be the 25 at the end. Okay. Thank you. They've changed it, and let's see if that works. But as long as it works, that's the key thing. Just give me a moment. Yeah, no, it does work. You're right. Okay, so they actually changed that. Okay, thank you. Oh, so why they changed it. Okay, guys. So now I see what so they're basically announcing the pricing for Genie, GENI. Sorry, guys, I am distracted. There's stuff happening in the background that I've got to take care of, so I'm a little bit distracted. So this is probably going to go crazy, guys. So there's the UPTD. Okay, it's been halted. You can't see the symbol here. This is from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales. Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price. There's a potential open. Okay, you see how that changes. Sezzle. This is an IPO? I'm sorry, what happened here? This is an IPO last week? Well, I'm confused. I'm confused. I don't remember this one yesterday at all. SEZL, don't remember it at all. Okay, guys, UPTD open, 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 open now. Okay, for some reason, I got a price alert for Rocket, RCKT from yesterday. And what happened? Yeah, I'm not sure why I have that price alert there. Okay, waiting for UPTD, maybe for another 10 break. Highly risky. You know what traders are doing? They're just looking left and seeing this massive move for probably no reason. I can't even remember why, but up to $33. Not long ago, 1st of September. So 2 weeks ago, had that big move. All right, guys. Yeah, it's well, of course, yeah, it is spready. There's no question it's spready, but the reason why it's spready, of course, is because there's hardly anything in the float and it has the potential to have these multi-dollar moves. And there it goes. There it goes. Again, this is not anything that for new. I mean, I got to talk about it because it's happening. All right, Beaker, BRKR, BRKR or Brooker. Oh, brother. Okay, you listen, guys. If you took the UPTD, don't take your eyes off it. Okay. In other words, don't wander away from your computer even for 5 seconds. Oh boy, guys. I mean, don't take your eyes off it if you are in this one. Looks like it's gonna get halted right now. Did not get halted. I'm really surprised. Okay, I've taken most out now. I thought it was gonna get halted because 1162, 1163, and it was stuck there for a second. And I thought, okay, that looks like it's gonna get halted. Whew. I don't seem to have a major problem, BJ. I mean, I just, I just kind of pick where I want to, and but now the next, okay, UPTD. I'm sorry, I'm tongue tied here. Didn't expect this happening this morning. Price alert right up here, 1164. Maybe later on in the day. Last week's high was 24. Okay, well that got me going. If you were watching it, Hall, what I saw was 1162, 1163, and it was there for probably 3 or 4 seconds. And I thought, okay, well, that's got to be a halt coming up because something that's moving this quickly, it's impossible to have a 1 cent spread. But it fooled me. Okay, what can I look at now? Okay, guys, cannabis back in play, perhaps. CGC. I did actually see something this morning about not about CGC specifically, but about cannabis in your country, in the States. Oh, well, thank you, Casa. So that's the deal about SE. So they've gone from Amex. Oh, not Amex. ASX. What's that? Is that the Australian exchange? Okay, we would need Kiri. We would need a something a little more official than that regarding Bill Gates and purchase of Carvana at 25. Okay, so before everybody hops on Carvana because Bill Gates bought it at 25, where's your source for that? Not disputing it. I'm just got to be careful. Okay, market's getting ready for this arm open, guys. This arm open. ARM. Yeah, I'm gonna Curie. Listen, I'm just gonna delete it. If you can post the source, fine. But we just can't put something like that in the room. Okay. Wow. 63 indicating $63 on 2.3 million shares. So if this opens in, it's supposed to open at 10:20. Somebody said this is the arm. All right, guys. So there's the four continuing to move higher here. Yeah, like everybody else, I'm just going to wait to see how this arm opens. Well, if we can believe this Value Insider website, it does indicate there. It's not a big percentage of his holdings, but nonetheless, it does indicate a $25 buy by Gates. All right, guys, getting close to this ARM IPO. Keep an eye on Coco, guys. Coco on a 30 break. The next low looking left, 28.67. Coco, COCO on a 30 break. There was some news this morning about it. Announced partnership with global superstar Becky G. Well, this must be outside my demographic. I have no idea who Becky G is. Mm-mm. I could look it up, but no idea. Well, I don't. All right. You know what? Rebecca Marie Gomez. Okay. Nope. Never heard of her. Sorry. Wow, this vert, I mentioned this one earlier, guys. This was a daily reversal, VIRT, daily reversal, big down day yesterday. And now this could be getting ripe for a potential short because it's coming into potentially some daily resistance for VIRT. Wow, AMC. I knew I should have shorted that one. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Oh well, AMC now, because I have a feeling that this 40 million that they did, 40 million shares, I have a feeling that it could be recurring for several months. So this has got some room, guys. RDFN, Redfin has got some news, some room, sorry. Not news, but room. 849, well, 849, the next low looking left on the weekly chart. And then after that, way down here at 670. So Redfin, Cocoa, guys, Cocoa below 30 now. Cocoa. Cocoa below 30. Market is doing its thing again, guys. We had that nice little move ahead of the market open. We're up to almost 450, sold off just before the market open, and now we're having another sell-off. Okay, guys, I'm having, okay, there are some shorts available from MYTE. I noticed the AI has a short at 450, RAI. Cocoa keeps moving down, guys. Cocoa off that 30 break. COCO off the 30 break. Yeah, RDW is been active here. I don't know if it's probably gone a little parabolic. Let's see. The next high looking left on the weekly is 380, and then after that, 397. So to me, there's just not enough room for it to keep going. It might keep moving, of course, but Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla. ESLL. Well, 1022. So waiting for the arm to open. Now, if you want to see arm opening exactly when it opens, okay, sometimes it will appear in this halt resumes. Okay, it's a bit of a quirk. But all you have to do is just type arm into our charts if you're using our charts, okay, and just put a price alert, create a price alert, put like $1. Obviously, it's going to open over $1. And when it opens, you'll see your price alert window will pop up on your screen. Okay. So where would you put a stop, PJ, just as an example for TSLL? There's a low down here, or would you put it way down here, 15 or so? On today, like this week's weekly, 1661, like this week's weekly? Oh, I can see the price. You're talking, it looks like it's around 17, sorry, 1669. Well, I'll be cheering you on. Oh, look at this SG, guys. There's a lot of room underneath for SG on the weekly chart. 1070 is the next low. SG, sweet green. A lot of room underneath. Well, yesterday's daily low was 1243. It takes that out. I mean, there's a lot of room underneath for sweet green, SG. You can see exactly where it was on the 15-minute. It was diving down yesterday towards the end of the day, had a little surge at 345, but now it's breaking down below the low of yesterday. And that is sweet green, SG. Good grief, look at this volume, 46,000 shares for this SEZL. So far, ARM obviously has not opened yet. All right, guys. So I see CGC is continuing to run here. They had some news too, something about, well, it fell earlier, bankruptcy protection for BioSteel unit, sports nutrition product segment, BioSteel. Sort of remember when they bought that company. So now they're, I don't see the halt. Is that UMCC? UMTC? Maybe the volume is not high enough. Sorry, UWMC, UWMC. Hmm. Well, it's not halted now. Well, I'm assuming is ASX, is that the Australian exchange? Because it appears that it has now, it's listing now on NASDAQ. We just see, I don't have any, no profile on it, so I don't know. Well, if you're into the GME guys, the GME, the next high looking left is 18, around 1850, having a little bit of a pop here. Well, watch it says G, but it's actually moving just a little bit here. I'm waiting to see if it gets back down to the 1244 level. Okay, guys, I'm watching. Take a look at the FNGR. The FNGR is fading here. Had a big day yesterday. Came back from a low of the day, and it closed reasonably well. But now it looks like it's finally fading. FNGR. Oh, okay, GSBD, Goldman Sachs BDC Incorporated. Okay. I don't know how to interpret this. I mean, look at the next high looking left is 1624 for this GSBD. Doesn't trade very much. Some volume came in. So yesterday, let's see, after hours, the CFO resigned. That was after hours yesterday. for GSBD. Okay, guys, CBRL is weakening. It had a bad day yesterday, continuing down. It's breaking down below yesterday's low. It's had a just horrible few weeks, couple of months, I guess, from 100 down to 70. Had earnings on the 13th, which was yesterday, and that was the reaction. Initially, a little pop, but then it just sold right off. This is not an all-time low, but boy, oh boy, this is really weakening still after earnings yesterday. Tried to rally a little bit this morning, but Art would have nothing to do with that so far anyway for CBRL. IGT, haven't seen this one for a while. IGT just showing up on the option scanner. Problem is, you've got a high, daily high right here at 33.15. The weekly high is 33.93, sorry, 33.93, not that far away, really. I wish I had way more room. Actually, Mitch MTCH showed up on my abnormal option activity scan, 44.55. So it really hasn't moved from there. But again, another one, the high yesterday is just too close for me. Come on, CBRL. This could really get rocking if it cracks 70 CBRL. So close. 70.02, 70.18 on the bid ask, 70.05, 70.18 bid ask now. Just get that bid underneath 70 and look up below. And I'm talking about the CBRL. But it is that whole number, you know, and they can be insanely stubborn. Well, I did not take the 4, but you know what? This would have been a difficult hold. I mean, look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. Depends where you put your stop, as always. You know, I mean, it's you get these in retrospect. Yeah, great trend up, but where are you going to put your stop to stay in these? You have to take fewer shares, wider stop, and if you do that, you're to me anyway, your risk reward just isn't there. Well, that would not be a good bet, PJ, because I do not have a mountain bike. Good for you, Curie, on your CVNA. We weren't trying to dump on you, okay? It's just, have to be careful in a room. Ah, right. Thank you, CBRL. Just not, yeah, but it's a road bike. It's not a mountain bike. Well, yeah, as we wait for this arm, it's not that I'm going to trade it. I mean, I have no idea what I'm going to do with it, but it's obviously it's a major IPO. I haven't had one for quite a while, so I definitely want to see what happens with it, but they're certainly delaying the proceedings. Okay, guys, what time is it? It's 10:40. So I am going to just quickly go over some of the things on my homepage. You know what? And I forgot to answer somebody, I think way at the beginning. PG, are you still in the room? I'm so sorry. You had a question. How do we get this screen in TI Pro? Are you still in the room? I apologize. Okay, okay. Sorry about that. I was so wrapped up in doing other things that I forgot to answer your question. So bear with me, okay? Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, so here is a promo code you can use if you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want an annual, I do have a code for you. I I have the correct code, so you just have to let me know if you do want an annual subscription. I can get you 25% off. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Watching CBRL as it continues to move down for me. Download it. Yeah, so this is take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login. introduction to our scans, top list windows, alert windows. That's the first thing you must do. If you're new to trading, we've got a course for you, free course or free series of videos. Okay, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put that together. I do a daily stock of the day video. It's free, of course. You can sign up for it. This is just, it's basically marketing, guys. Okay. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you don't find it there, check your promotions folder if you have Gmail. All right, CBRL moving down smartly now. Big education section is here. We have a great user guide. Here's the getting started again. More in detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find out more about stock racing. Price alerts, so critical for my trading anyway. I'm going to show you how easy it is to set a price alert. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. So I'll confirm that before I do take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break so you can head over and listen to Steve. Now, PG, you're looking for my scans. So here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So what you see, oops, give me a moment here, get rid of this. So here is the abnormal option activity, okay, right there. This is the momentum scan right there. This is the halts resumes. So what I do is instead of creating a layout, because not everybody wants everything, okay? So what I do is I just put the individual scans here and you can pick and choose what you want, okay? And of course, if you want a chart, you can have your own charts in terms of, you may not want a 15 daily and a weekly and a SPY. So it's up to you to create whatever timeframes you want. And this window here is Brokerage Plus. I mean, it's just you click on New and you hit Brokerage Plus. That'll be the window. I'll demonstrate its use in a little bit. Hey guys, I've covered most of the CBRL. It's now popping above 70 right now, a little bit. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. This kind of sets the tone for seeing the stocks at once the market opens, could they still be active? I mean, that's really what it's all about. So I open the room. I'm on the mic at 9 o'clock, and that's when we talk about these stocks between 9 and 9:30 before the market opens. Okay. But I do have some other scans here. I think I've mentioned my the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. There was the IOVA, a short opportunity at 505 as an example. This is interesting. We had a mixed bag on this one. The AVXL now is a potential short that has obviously had a tremendous pullback now. But I'm sharing those two scans also. So all I ask is this: if you decide at some point in the future that you want to take out a subscription, just save my homepage link, and then you'll get to my homepage. This is the promo. Now, if we're in the middle of a special, I might have a different promo code for you, but just use whatever promo code is here. Why? Because this room is free and we want to keep it that way. And we obviously use the room for marketing, and there is a cost to holding the room though, or having the room. So the more people that use my code to take out a subscription, it just helps the room a lot. Okay. Okay, guys. I am now This crazy little Sezzle. Look at the volume. No volume. Make my trip. MMYT is certainly not having a good day. Another one. This is an India stock. Next low looking left is 37.24. So there's a little bit of room actually for this to continue down if it wants to. Look at the FWBI now, guys. Had a brief excursion over $1, and that was it. Still up 58%, but just fading badly now. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, I am looking at maybe I don't know if there's a shortable now for me, GME. It is shortable for me, guys. So listen, this is coming right into what I consider a pretty decent resistance area. William, you know what I'm going to say? You know what I'm going to say, William. So they basically they're just on a financing, FWBI. Just one moment, please. Okay, Tony, I do not try to trade extended hours markup. You're carrying, well, it really, there's no real distinction. The only difference in pre-market and after hours is that you have to go in limit order. Like you can't just go in and market order. That's the only real difference. But I mean, you get fills. I mean, it's the same. Once you're in the trade, then you just, you sell it whenever you want. So there's really no difference other than the fact that you cannot go in, you cannot have a market order. You have to, which, I'll be honest, I rarely go market orders anyway. I'm usually trying to pick a price I want to get in. So it gets filled. Sure. Well, it's not halted, Thomas. Well, okay, I mean, it just hasn't opened yet. But I'm sure you know that. I mean, it just hasn't opened yet. I mean, there's always, when they say it was tentatively supposed to open at 10:20, I mean, it's not written in stone. They don't have to. So, whenever it opens, it opens. What will I trade it today? I have no idea. I have no idea if I'm going to trade it today. to see how it trades. But other than that, I mean, there's no real difference, Tony, between trading in the pre-market or trading after hours in terms of the mechanics. Okay, other than you have to go limit order. A lot of traders in the pre-market. I would say there's not as many after hours, okay? But there's a blur now between. I mean, what does it really mean? Market opening at 9:30 Eastern time. I mean, we're heading towards 24-hour trading anyway. Um, but there are. If you asked me 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I would say certainly, pre-market, you only have maybe a handful of stocks that are trading any volume. Now there are so many stocks trading lots of volume in the free market, especially during earnings season. When companies release earnings in the pre-market, or if they released after hours the day before. So I mean, you've got to pick, and but when you look my pre-market scans, I mean, the ones that I see, of course, are trading plenty of shares. That's because I've got a. I mean, if the stock is moving 10, 20, 30%, typically it's because it's trading a lot of share. So those are the ones you focus on if you're going to trade in the pre-market. But I don't trade in the pre-market very often. Yeah, you can simulate. Yeah, you can use the simulator in the pre-market. Again, you have to go in limit order, but you can use the simulator pre-market after hours. What's the news on this for? No, this is RBC. So RBC, well, I mean, they're pretty. This has really juiced this stock today. I guess I can't see any other news. An $80 price target put on them by RBC. I don't see any other specific news other than lawyers begging everybody to join a class action suit. All right, guys, HPQ is actually breaking out a little bit here. I know Real was maybe waiting to see if it could take out the VWAP, which it did not, obviously, and maybe offering us a short if it took out the VWAP 27.29, but it's actually having a little pop, but the volume is really decreasing here. All right, this crazy little Mullen, MULN, is having a day up 19% out of volume, 37 million shares. Look at the float, 182 million shares for a 59-cent stock. I don't know how it's maintaining its NASDAQ listing for so long underneath a dollar. See, CBRL is underneath 70 again. I may have to take a look at it again because I think there's a lot of room underneath. I'm gonna back this weekly chart out just a little bit more. I mean, yeah, this is I'm going back to 2020. I still can't see a low. Yeah, so 3 years ago, we're approaching 3 year ago lows for CBRL. All right, NBSE guys is having, I mean, it's another crazy low floater, I believe, NBSE. We don't even have, I don't have the float information here. It kind of got jumbled up. NBSE, 216 is the next high looking left. How about this one looking left? Look at this wiping out all that on the weekly chart. PTCT. So if I look left on this one, the next low is on the weekly chart is 34.31. So what's that? About 240 away. I mean, that's a lot of room. I'd like to see it stop moving down just for a bit, maybe basing a bit. Thank you, Draw. Regarding the float for NBSE, guys, MIRM is an all-time high. Okay, it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. The alert was at 32. The time was 10:58, so it's three minutes ago. The alert was at 32, so it hasn't run that much. This is a 10-day daily breakout, but it's also an all-time high for MIRM. I don't know if there's any specific news on them. $63 price target by Wainwright. I don't know how credible these guys are, but they put a $63 price target on MIRM. So why not? Took some, guys. Just took some. See if this Wainwright price target has any weight? I don't think anybody really knows when ARM starts. I mean, they're still fiddling around with the opening price, etc. So I don't. There's no hard and fast time when it's going to start. The theoretical time was going to be around 10:20, but obviously it's well past that. Well, I have an alert set for. Oh, by the way, talking about price alerts. Okay, I mean they help me immensely. If you're not using price alerts, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. So, for instance, if I wanted to put a price alert, the high right there, UPTD right there, the high of that candle, very simple to do. I just scroll up. You'll see a dotted line moving on the way up with you, and you just then you right click and create price alert. If that's the price you want, 1138, then you just save it. You can obviously change it. I typically don't put notes unless it's an IPO because I want to know what the structure of the IPO is. Otherwise, I just save it and that's it. Okay, so simple to do. If the price alert hits, my price alert screen will pop up on my screen. I will not miss it. That blue line will turn green. And then you just forget about it. You just forget about it and move on. You don't have to stare at the chart to see if it's going to happen. Quick trade, guys. Yeah, I know Real would have been screaming at me regarding MIRM because it was way above the channel. So, not much. Now, I know I mentioned CRH a lot earlier. So the alert was here at 9:45, 54.98, as it moved a ton. But this was the key level. Now, I thought I put a price alert there, but I guess you didn't after talking about the importance of putting price alerts. I know I was mentioning because look, 54, 55.25 or so were three highs. Now it's a little bit above that. And then the next high is 56.60, 69. So a little bit of room at $1.40 until the next high on the daily chart. Let's take a look at our new website. Okay, so this is our newly designed website. And if you click on Market Scope, now this is part of, if you're a subscriber right now, this is part. We got a little blip here. Let me try again. Hmm. To ask you, is there something going on? Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to figure out, are we having data problems with this, or is it me? Hmm. Well, I was going to demonstrate the heat map, but evidently we're having I'm having problems here in this. This is a top list that generates it, but I'll have to back off. Ooh, shoot. Again, highly risky. I'm not in it now. UPTD was in this one earlier. Did okay, but you've got to be really quick. Oh man. The next high looking left is 1250. What did it get to today? 1225. Takes out 1250. The next high is 1578. 2393. And then 33. Yeah, Carvana's on the move. I mean, there's no question. I mean, Carvana on the move, CVNA. Big pops. I mean, there's the high over here, 57.51. Maybe the memers have got a hold of this again, that big high short float percent. I guess they had a presentation yesterday after, well, just before the market closed. This is such a casino play. Oh man, not in it. Not in it. Yeah, I'm just finding a hard time on an entry on this one. How many shares I would take, where I would put my stop. Very risky, highly risky UPTD. Amazing though, isn't it? I mean, it came from $7 and then it came right back down to $7, 5, 7 days just straight down. Now having another day. Yeah, typically I don't really trade IPOs like ARM. I'm more, you know, interested in the crazy low float, especially for China. The first day, trying to figure out a way to get into them. Especially if they take out the high of the day later on, things like that. The more expensive IPOs, I've really not traded very much, but I'll have to see how it opens. Yeah, it's more. I mean, listen. I mean, these crazy low float $4 IPOs can have to go ballistic, of course, the day of. Can go. This one, ARM. I mean, unless it opens at 60 and gets up to 400. I mean, you're not going to get the same sort of percentage move. I mean, that's sort of crazy. I know, but I just don't have a. I don't have a feel for them. Have a better feel for the real cheap ones. But again, I'll have to see. The only thing that's maybe attractive is the fact that they've got 95 million, but they may only be releasing 9% into the float. So that'll be a fairly low float, okay, for a high price stock. So you could get some wild moves, but we won't know until it opens. Trading IPOs the day of is not easy. I mean, obviously there's no history, so it's a little bit of guesswork. Okay, guys, 11:15. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking my break. Steve, I'm going to confirm it'll be Steve. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve Gomez. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just want to confirm that it'll be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. Okay, so Rolf, now if you have a if you just loaded it, you're not going to see all the previous ones. Okay, so you now when you say the chart, you're talking about the scan. So this is the difference probably. What I've done is I have unchecked. So if you right click on it, I probably should just do it on a, well, I don't want to call it a new version, but the unchecked version. So if you right click on the scan and hover over strategies, you'll see these are the four alert windows that are in there. I have actually unchecked the two 300 percenters, moving higher with 300% and moving lower with 300%. So the only two I have checked are these are the moving higher with 150. Okay. Well, the first time CGC happened was here at 10:30 at 144. But understand that you will, but you should, I mean, it depends when you loaded it, of course, but you should see these. Why wouldn't you see? Well, let me let me load it and see what I see. Make sure there's not a mistake. All right. Well, I have to wait to see when the next one comes in. Okay. There is no news on UPTD. Great Scott. Don't bother looking. It's just a casino play, as I call them. Okay. I mean, it happened. Probably was no. I can't even remember if there was news on this day. Just one of these crazy low floats that some group somewhere started to pump it, and of course hit scanners all around the world, including ours. But you are right. I wonder why. Unless I changed some settings in here. I don't think I did. Let me break one out. So this would be the 150. So let me just break it out and see what's going on. I'm missing the boat on this. Yeah, I know I should be in this. I'll have to figure it out, maybe on my break, okay? I don't know why. I should be in this. I'm sorry. I should be in this UPTD. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why there's a difference. I honestly don't. Um, Option plays. I mean, I've renamed it. That's the only difference. Though that is interesting. This should be called abnormal option activity now, but it's. I mean, it's the same. Why isn't it showing up? You know what? Instead of my trying to figure it out, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give the gentleman who looks after my homepage, and I'm going to get him to put this one in. Okay. And in fact, this is what I'm going to do then. I'm just going to delete this. So now it's just the 150. Okay. Give me a moment. I just have to let the gentleman who looks after my website to make that change. Ah, UPTD. Oh, it's running away from me. Just give me a moment. Oh, just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So I don't I just can't figure out why it's not working the same. Okay. So instead of trying to figure it out, I'm just going to replace it with the one I'm using, which is this one. Okay. I have no explanation. I'd have to dive into it a lot more, and I just don't have the time right now. Okay. But in the interim, before you can always I can give this to you right now. Sometimes it takes a while for it to make the change on my own page. And where is the room? Here you are. Okay. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:28. So in about half an hour, Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room, and I'll cry in my soup about not being in the UPD. My entry would have been around here, in that 1250 range when it pulled back down to 1140, then it went back up. That would have been an okay entry for me. Try to put a 12 stop on it because obviously it's all about guys. It's all about what happened a few weeks ago. And if you're looking for news on it, don't. There is no news. Don't understand your question, Tony. Why pre-market decliners rocketing? Oh, you mean was UPTD a pre-market decliner? It's just you'll drive yourself crazy, Tony, if you try to figure stuff like that out. I don't know if this. I don't see that this was a big pre-market decliner, though. Where did it close yesterday? It closed at 736. So I don't see that it was a big pre-market decliner. Yeah, but again, you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to figure stuff like that out. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be. You just have to accept it. Woof, CBRL even went down a lot further. CBRL. I was thinking about taking a reshort of it on that 70 break, the second 70 break. Unfortunately, I didn't do it. His arm will probably open when I'm on my break. Well, there were a couple that didn't open yesterday. They were, tentatively scheduled for yesterday, Yai or YY or however I'm supposed to pronounce that, but they did not open, and they were cheap ones. One was USA, another Singapore stock, and a USA stock, but they did not open. Let me just see if they've been priced. Yeah, so as PJ pointed out, unless it says priced, I guess tentatively again, these two. Well, this is a big one though. You would think this is going to open NMRA. This is tentatively tomorrow. for DTCK, and the other one that I had looks like it's been yanked. Best short of the day, AMC, well, I would say the best short of the day, but AMC, popping up in the pre-market. I mentioned it several times, and I just did not do it. And see, not bad. I guess it wasn't. I guess I'm looking at a percentage move. Yeah, well, I mean, you're short of red at the top here, yeah. But look at AMC. I mean, AMC, once it took out nine, it's been basically straight down. And that's a nice percentage move and continues down. Oh, just a minute. My cat is driving me crazy. Just give me a moment. Okay. How can a little thing eat that much? All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:35. So in about 25 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Do I only use these two? Oh, predominantly, yes. These two scans, normal option activity and this momentum scan, predominantly, yes. I mean, I do have my breakouts, but they don't give very many alerts, which is what I want. My breakouts and breakdowns. Yeah, right into the top. Yeah, 916 I have. You're talking about the LRC for AMC. Yes. It's coming into the lower end soon, it looks. NDRA, I heard something about NDRA. So you're talking about inversely the momentum scan. Yes and no. I mean, I do actually have it up on my other screen. So you're talking about this is, and I should show you guys an easy way to do an inverse. The question is, do I ever use say these are stocks that are moving higher, of course. Could I ever use it moving lower? So this is what you can do. I right click. I'm going to duplicate the scan, and this just it's just a time saver. Okay, what I'm doing right now, it's just a time saver. So because if I look at the scan, and this is what it's looking for. Stocks make if it makes a new high between $1 and $100 minimum volume of or current volume of three, trading at least three times normal, 100,000 shares, etc., up 2% from the previous close. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high, we get a real time alert. But what if I wanted to reverse this? Okay, showing stocks with momentum on the way down. Well, so there's an easy way. You could obviously just recreate the scan from scratch with a new low. But what will happen is if you duplicate the scan and then you use this flip feature, it'll flip what can be flipped. So obviously you can flip a new high to a new low, and you can flip the price up at least 2%. It'll flip it to down at least 2%. Everything else can't be flipped. So watch what happens when I flip. So now see it changed to new low and then down 2%. So then I could just give it another name, called Momo down. Okay, and there you are. So this is basically just the reverse, the flip of it. So to answer your question, I tend to use my abnormal option activity more for short opportunities. Okay, anything in brown is a short opportunity. Anything in light blue is a long opportunity. But doesn't mean I did actually have this one up and running every now and then, but let's take a look at SBOW. Pretty good. So if you want it, I can just give it to you and anybody else who wants it. So that's just the flip of the Momo. This is Momo up, and then I just created one Momo down. Okay. So if you want it, you can have it. The only thing I might do on this one is maybe raise the minimum. I don't know if we're too interested in looking at a stock at $1.14 that's moving down. So you might want to readjust the price range instead of 1 and 100. Maybe make it, I don't know, 10 and 100 or 5 and 100. So there's the VTLE momentum down. What's the logic? Okay, so the question is, what is the logic behind my abnormal option activity? So I don't trade options. What I do though is I always want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So looking at how the option activity, if it's abnormal option activity, that just helps me find stocks that are just trading abnormally. Okay. So for instance, is if I look at Rocket right now, RCKT, and so the minimum it has to be is 150%, and I'll explain what I mean by that. So Rocket, RCKT, has traded 1,876 contracts. That's 3.7 times normal, 372%, 3.7 times normal. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days? Okay. So I'm just looking, it's just another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option activity. Coupled with the relative volume, that really helps me zero in on stocks that are, trading abnormally. But again, I don't trade the options, but some have said that if you trade intraday options, this is maybe not a bad thing to look at, because if you're going to trade intraday options, you want to be able to find stocks that are, trading abnormally option wise, right? So this allows you to do that. These are our option filters. If I type in options here, so we have some obvious ones: the put call ratio, option volume today, the put and call volume today, and that one here, the option volume contracts. That is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, and then this gives it the option volume today percent. That gives it, the abnormal activity if you use that filter. So what I'm doing is the minimum has to be 150%, 1.5 times normal. That's the minimum for it to make to be in here. Oh, they're not. They're. It's a total. It's not calls or puts. It's a total number of contracts. I'm just looking for abnormal option activity. Okay, and again, to find stocks that are trading. Look at this rocket move. Look at this rocket move. There's a dollar move right there. Now, if you wanted to take the option activity and only zero in on abnormal calls or puts or calls, or put a ratio in, you can do that. I don't care. I just want to see the overall number of contracts, be they puts and calls. And I find it just, they don't get too many alerts. I mean, this is it today. Okay, this is a don't repeat version of this. So this tells me the first time we had the alert, the time, the price. Then I can go back and say, well, what did it do from there? So this is it. I mean, there's not too many alerts. It looks a lot more here, of course, because this is the repeating version. So you can see right there at 11:39, we had a potential short alert for VTLA at 54.78, and it kept making a new high, or sorry, new low. I guess it got down to 54.02. But this is the repeating version. So there's the rocket. Now, interestingly, rocket was a potential short at the start, but now it turned around. Boy, something is put a charge into this, guys. I mean, that's a big move. Now it's above yesterday's high for Rocket RCKT. This red line here, this must be if I scroll back on the daily chart, that would show me the next high in the daily chart. Okay, so that must, and it's just a little bit above it. That must be 2244. That's what that red line is. Oh no. I wonder if I'm gonna have to, Rudy hasn't done it. What I did was I forgot to take the sound alert off this. Shoot, just give me a moment. I hope he hasn't done it. Because you guys are go crazy wondering, well, where's the sound alert? Okay, UPTD, getting a little higher here. Let me just do this again, guys. Okay. Time is it? 11:48. I still have time. Properties, actions, uncheck the play sound. Okay, now I can give it to, oops. Okay. Give me one moment, guys. One moment, one moment, one moment. I'm waiting for. Oof. Okay, guys, I did find a way to trade the UPDD. So what it does from here, I have no idea. Normally the room, I don't get too distracted. All the, other sort of duties I have, running the room and answering some emails and this and that. But today has been a very distracting day for some reason. Now, it doesn't mean don't, ask questions by all means. And it's only because I've been trying to get into this UPTD. I mean, that's really, there have been other ones that I've missed, but no, I did not get in around 12. But I'm okay. No, I did. I said I shorted. No, I didn't short it. First of all, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. No, no, I did not short this one. But there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for UPTD. Probably not many, other than the Center Points, Cobras, and Trade Zeros. Probably not a lot of brokerages have shorts for UPTD, which is usually a pretty good thing. In a case in something like this. I mean, the next high, I mean, it still has a shot, 1574. And again, don't look for news on this. There is no news. Okay, 11:52. So Steve is definitely going to be in our YouTube room in about 8 minutes. Yeah, so it looks like ARM is going to open right during my break. And yes, I'm going to take my break. And I'm not going to get bent out of shape about it because first of all, I would never take it right on the open anyway. If I'm going to take ARM at all, it'll have to, you know, give some kind of like a setup that I would take, and that's not going to happen in the on the open. So, well, it's not open yet, Sarah. It actually is not open yet. So, but I'm hearing that it could open right around noon. Around 56:51. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Yeah, like this, like our blank chart right here. That I cannot help you with. I don't have Thinkorswim. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in on a break. Well, I think all right, guys. So YouTubers, you can hear me. So again, the reason, of course, the UPTD is because of its float, about I don't know, 700,000 or something in the float. Yeah, 740,000, which is very, very, very low. Again, the float is the available number of shares that can be traded. So 6.4 have traded. So this has traded the float almost 10 times. So again, if there's high demand, low supply, this is what can happen. But again, if the problem is if you're looking for the reason, you will not find one. I mean, you won't find a news reason. Okay, you're not going to find UPD just signed a contract with such and such a company. No, no, no. In fact, this is still a blank check company. I don't know who they're supposed to be merging with. Still don't know who they're supposed to be merging with. I'd have to do some sleuthing to see who that is. Oh, there you are.
Isn't that
I'm
bad?
exhausted, Steve. I'm exhausted.
I can imagine. Tomorrow's Friday.
Tomorrow's Friday, but no, I've been exhausted because I'm trying to get. I've been sort of trading in and out of this UPTD, and
Oh, funny.
as
I
well
have
as
that on
trying
my
to answer
screen.
questions, and that's not an easy one to do at the same time as trying
No,
to answer questions. So, but
no.
anyway, I was successful, so now I can go. Now,
Yeah,
obviously, again, for you, you want to take off a little bit early about all your duties at 1 o'clock.
yeah. They meetings start then. I assume you want to get going on your vacuuming.
Yep, today is
Yep.
vacuuming day for sure. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's funny. I had UPD up when you came up. I saw it on my race there. Good for you. That does look pretty squirrely. Trade that thing like a sewing machine.
Yeah. Well, look at the
In and out.
float,
In and out.
742,000. And that is a true float.
And that is a true float. Yes,
That is a true float. Yes.
we've got
Checked it
to
from other
double check
sources.
on these.
Yeah.
Still tying that down. Spoke with Dave this morning again. Continued to let Dave know that the room is a great source for feedback and advocate for trying to figure out how we're going to display this thing. So hopefully Dave will help some effect on getting the room more displayed as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So it's still, it's not dead.
Well, no, I'm saying it is Dan, but I'm trying to get Dave
Oh,
to
no, dead.
flank
Dead.
him.
I said it's not dead.
Oh, it's not dead. No, no, it's not dead at all. I'm reiterating to them all the time from a perspective of support. You
Mhm.
guys in the room are a great focus group. Usually you were the first to hear that there's an issue, from your
Yeah.
users, and we have to continue to build that group. So just
Mhm.
reminding Dave, he needs to tell Dan and Brad that. That's all.
Okay. Okay. All right, Steve. Thanks. I do appreciate that. So I'll come back about 5-2 or 10-2. Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
I'll see you.
Bye bye.
All right, let me get my drawing tool. Oh my God, I don't even think I have it downloaded on my new system yet. I haven't. I haven't downloaded I got a new PC. And I do have a paid account for I'll have to do that later. I'm not going to be able to draw during this session. Um, I don't have a pointer. Let me just go ahead and do that on my other screen here. Epic Pen. See, every day I've been running into new things that remind me I have to find this password or enable that or do this. Let's see, I know I have. I'll just download the free version for now. No, I need to do that later because I have a security key I've got to use. I'll just keep that tab open. So we'll just go ahead and use the cursor today. I don't need to do the red lines. We'll do that next time. But anyway, hello, I'm Steve. I'm here for the hour. I hope to help people that ARM, huh? We're gonna need to take a look at ARM. I hope to help people that have been looking for, some one-on-one help that we just don't have the bandwidth and the ability for right now. ARM opening price. Okay, so it's a IPO, huh? That's going to be interesting. We can keep that up any moment. So if you're here, if you're somebody that I've spoken with that was looking for, some one-on-one help, and I kind of steered you towards our group session here, which is really what we have the bandwidth to do, and we can help you very well. Hello, Shaw. All right, Espresso. If you could recommend one day trade short and long and one swing trade short and long scans, what would you recommend to me? I would recommend something contrary. So, a day trade, long and short. Let's see. The ability to flip things is a great segue here. So let's get rid of this arm. I'm going to go ahead and open up some cloud links. The first one is 10 SMA. Let's see if I've got something. Gap fill at the 10 SMA. Okay, so let's open this. All right, this is going to be, let's grab the history. Not a lot of trades. We've got AVXL, gap fill at the 10 SMA. So what this is doing is looking for stocks that have gapped up and have pulled back and are hitting the 10 SMA. SOXL. Yeah, that one kind of worked. Very spiky down here, but for the most part, it worked. Now watch what we do here. If we go and duplicate this window, and then we configure it using our flip feature down here. This just inverts everything nice and tidy for us. Now we've got green. Let's look at the history and see if you would do shorting on a gap down and fill up. So gap down. Oh, see, this one's money today right here, Espresso. So these are gap downs. All right. And if you've been with me, you know my 15-minute chart is my time frame, and my 10 SMA is the line that I lean on for entries and exits. So we've got a gap down, but it popped up. And the reason this is using the 10 SMA, just so you know the filter configuration here, 10 SMA, 500ths below, 500ths above. So a 1/10% envelope, if you will, on my 15-minute 10 SMA. That's the line we see there. So that blue arrow indicates a new high after a gap down right into, and we lean on that as a short trade. So my first mention to you was contrarian. We've got to find things that are contrarian in nature. We're not chasing breakouts, and we're not chasing breakdowns and shorting them into new lows. We're looking for things that have set up but have gyrated a little bit and now are in an interesting position. That was just the first one we looked at. Let's look at you. Okay, so this one triggered pretty much right there on the open, a little too early for me, for my liking. And then ICT, that's going to be right on the open as well. So that's one concept. I've got some other ones. Hang on, let's see. Let's switch to day swing trading for a moment. So slam into the 50-day. I'll save that 130 because that could be another day trade. So this is going to be 50-day moving averages. It's the blue line on my daily chart. Looking for things that are popping up into the 50-day moving average. So again, I don't want to be shorting down here at new lows. I want to find things that have bounced up into from underneath, mind you. This would be a short sell, the 50-day moving average. GMAB coming up from underneath the 50-day moving average. NVS. Now these are blowing through the 50-day moving average, but we're being alerted at that level. So it doesn't mean it's not going to stop at that level. For the most part today, these trades are blowing through it. So let's do the same thing here. Let's go ahead and duplicate and then invert using the flip button. Now we're looking for buys. We're looking for pullbacks to, we've got nothing today. There's no pullbacks to the 50 SMA. I just went to history all. Let's see when the last time we had one was. Okay, so back here on that day, that blue arrow showing us a long. So we pulled back intraday and hit the 50. And that was in fact a buy. So this is a good one for the most part. PAA, toll, pulled back to the 50, bled through, and now is trying to bounce. So these are kind of the concepts I would look at. I've got one more that I just saw, and I'll share some of these with you. And it was that slam into the 130. That could be another day trade. It's the second line that you see that I have on my 15-minute chart, the big fat blue line there. Okay, slam into, do we have a history at all? I'm going to give them to you, Espresso, as a custom cloud. Okay, so here we go. So history CVI. Oh, God, it was way back there. We haven't had anything good for a while on this one. Geez, that's many days ago. Let me duplicate this and see if I flip it, if it does anything. Otherwise, that 10 SMA could be interesting. And it just depends on what kind of day it is in the market. Are the long ones working better than the short ones? Usually one side is going to work better than the other based on what's going on in the general market. Configure, flip. Yeah, I'm going to give you the cloud code. Oh, that was into my cloud, but I'm going to give you the code. I'm going to drop it into the chat window so you'll be able to load them, and you can arrange them single windows. You can arrange them in a dock. You can arrange them however you want. But once you have that cloud code, you'll be good to go. This one is not showing anything either. Okay, I'm going to just get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that idea. Let me try one more concept since we have time. I don't really see anybody else. I see Shaw has a question. We'll get rid of that. I'm going to look, I think it's called pull back to the 10 SMA. Okay, so pull back to the 10 SMA. Let's see what this looks like. We're not using that gap anymore. We're using just a simple pullback. History today. So we're looking at the 15-minute chart again. This would be a long strategy for day trading. We're buying the contrarian pullback into the 10 SMA. So you can see it's a good looking daily chart, and we pulled back and touched that 10 SMA. That was the entry. That was the entry on the 10 SMA. Anytime you see it touch the 10 SMA here, right there, this is only 10 minutes ago. You see that little wick? This one actually isn't bad. See how it gapped up, ran really high, got ahead of itself, right? You do not want to, okay, Espresso, I'm talking to you, you do not want to find scans and trade scans, then jump into things with real money that have just ripped like this for 30 minutes straight. You want to look at them as a pullback, and the scan allows you to maximize your efficiency of time of what you're looking at in the moment. So in the moment, we've got this stock that pulled back and it's wicking, it's digging in here at this 115.48. So my contention is this is an interesting entry at 115.50. What if you're wrong? It's a small loss. If you're right, it's going to trampoline off of this and bounce back near highs. So I like this. I like this one. I'm going to give you all three. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you all three of these out of it. And as I showed you, remember what you do is you duplicate it. You go to the duplicate and you configure it and flip it. So this would be your shorts. These would be SJM bounced up into its 10 SMA. Oh my God, this is a beautiful intraday short setup. I would say this one is my favorite that I'm going to give you, Espresso, for intraday. So I'm going to turn off my flipped configure. I'm going to start with this one. We'll go to real time. This is pull back to the 10 SMA using a 15-minute chart. Save and share, copy. All right, here's number one. Oh shoot, I'm not on the, let me switch accounts here. It's not, oh, I'm not even on my, hang on a second, let me do this. Let me do this. I think I need to be on this account. Again, this is one of those goofy things that my new PC, I've just got to work them out, bugs one by one. There we are, trade ideas. And there I am, and I'm now a moderator. Bam. Okay, so that's your first one, Espresso. That's the pullback to the 10 SMA. Again, don't forget to right click and duplicate it, and then configure and flip that duplicate window. That's going to be your short sells. Close that. The 130, 50-day. Okay, this was the daily one. So slam into the 50-day. These were, okay, so I'm going to give you this one first. These are the longs. Slam into the 50-day means, you know, you're going to buy the ones that are new lows and you're going to fade the ones and short the ones that are new high, because the ones that are green with new highs, they're going to be underneath the 50-day SMA. And that's where we want to short, right there in that armpit, the underneath of it. So here's the second one. And again, you're going to want to duplicate this and flip it to get the opposite. So here's your swing trading one. And then the last one again was the first one that we looked at, which was that gap, where it involved a gap up. So gap up, come back and fill the gap, ZSL. None of these looked good to the long side today. Actually, XOXL did okay. The ones to the downside did a little better. This is what we're talking about here. APPS gap down, fade the bounce. If you short new lows, you're just asking to be bounced out on this bounce. So why not use the bounce to your advantage and fade it as an entry point? I can't emphasize this enough as an experienced trader to anybody new. If you're chasing the herd and waiting to feel safe because it's going in the direction you want it to, you're a chaser. You're going to get smacked into the back of the car when it stops and reverses on you. So you use our technology. Can't do this. Cannot do this at TrendSpider because this is real-time stuff. You have to be clicking buttons, submit, submit, enter, enter, submit, and you'll get ideas, but they're not going to be coming at you blanking down in real time. That's not a good one. So back to APPS. This is money right here. You short sell that little wick right into the 10 SMA. That's when you were alerted. This gives us the most incredible contrarian entries. And the entry is so important because if you do it correctly, and if you have very little pain, it does not go against you very long, it's wonderfully comforting and keeps you in the trade and gives you good confidence. So let's let's look at one more here. U was a little sloppy. I think ICCT was good. No, that was sloppy too. Yeah, hang on a second. All right, so history. Save and share. Copy all. And then here comes the third one for you. Espresso. Okay, so hopefully that helps you and gets you on your way. Did ARM open? It sure did. I don't trade these things. I don't like them. There's nothing to go backwards on and look behind to see where the levels are. So they're just all over the place like a wild animal. You know, there's the new high, right? Of course, you try to trade a new high above 58 if you could. But this thing's all over the place. It's not even registering correctly. Charts moving so fast. Okay, what else do we have here for questions? Hello, Shaw. Do you trade ETFs sometimes for day trading? Yes, I will. Sometimes for day trading, I will. Usually I'm trying to swing trade an ETF, but if I do, it's going to be only for a day or two. Because if I get my move that I want, it's very hard to get them to last longer than a day or two in this current environment. I'm only in two things. I'm in ENVX. That's the simulated version of it. Matter of fact, I want to turn that off. Properties, show orders. Trades, turn that off. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I'm in this one again. This is the, let's do the same thing over here. I don't like necessarily looking at those orders. I was just using that for simulator. Okay, so this is the trade of the week. I'm still in it in the other account. This is a simulated account. I forgot to buy it in there. It's pretty much the buy spot, 1480. Short squeeze possibility with 29% short the float. It's a battery maker. So I'm looking for things that are kind of, been beaten up and looking to move higher. Andy's been looking for things that are beaten up too. Dish has been like okay to him the last couple of days, things that have been beaten up. The only other thing two things, that one, the ENVX, which is trade of the week, And don't ask me why, but I'm in KODK, another bottom picker. Down here, fighting and battling the 200-day moving average. What I'm going to watch is this war here. Declining 10, a flat 200 is extremely solid. That's like a double brick wall. So if this thing rolls back over and closes back down and takes out these lows down here around 4.8, 4.7, I'm out. So it's a kind of a free look or a paper cut if you're wrong. If you're right, maybe it's something you can sit with for a few weeks. But other than that, this market has me a bit confounded. I can't get the 2 to 3 day moves that I want, or 1 to 2 day move that I want. And so I'm just getting kind of bounced around. I'm not short. The market does not want to let these short. Yeah, because of the decay. Exactly. I don't want to stick around for weeks on end in those. Those don't work. You know, if you're an SPXS or FAS or TZA, those things will get you over the overnight decay. You are absolutely correct. But when I can nail a good move and catch a day and a half of momentum, they work beautifully. Are these scans you use personally, or do you use different ones that are more proprietary? It depends on what I'm looking to do in the market. I don't day trade really at all anymore, Espresso. So those day trade scans, I don't have them up. I'm more of a swing trader that likes to trade the ETFs like Shaw was talking about, and some of my favorite stocks that are in my wheelhouse. I have to swing trade because I have way too many other distractions and notifications blasting at me all day long. Barry said he was exhausted from trading that UPTD because you're in, you're out, you're in. It's like, the way you trade those types of stocks like Barry did, it's no different than flying an instrument approach as a pilot. Just watching, scanning. You don't have time to be chatting or answering questions or dealing with support or working on MOUs or doing a lot of the things that we do. So therefore, the time frame I've selected to play in is a momentum swing trade. And right now that game has been kind of shut off because of the choppiness of the market. I just can't get things to go in my direction for very long. So I'm in like 90% cash at the moment, quite honestly. Task saturated is a pilot term. Yeah. Task saturated. Also, they say if you're going to fly a multi-engine plane, you need to be flying 3 miles ahead of the nose cone. You can't be like in the moment. You have to be 3 miles downwind, always ahead of what's going on, and it takes a lot of focus. I used to have a pilot's license many, many years ago. Okay, NVIDIA, a big chunk of the ARM share float. Oh, interesting. Mike didn't know that. Marty, TrendSpider is a screener, and we're a scanner. So TrendSpider has tons of inputs and outputs, but you put in the inputs and outputs, and then you hit select, save, boom, and then you've got a scan, and it gives you a static return. Whereas Trade Ideas does that, but by taking it to the next level, you see those races down, though. Those are perfectly indicative of our data stream. Data is updating in real time, so a scanner is much like a police scanner. You might have a call come through that's different after you push the input output button on something like TrendSpider or FinViz or TradingView. So you can get those things, but then it's a static result. Whereas Trade Ideas is constantly updating in real time. That's the absolute black and white difference, screener versus scanner. And I always allude to a scanner, much like a police scanner would be. You never know, what's coming next. The screener tells us what the cops have been talking about. But if you listen to a police scanner, you're going to see what they're talking about in the future without having to do anything and just sit back and let it come to you. Hopefully that's a good explanation for you, Marty. Playboy, I've looked at Playboy before and I've understood the beauty and the value of that brand and don't understand why it's suffering so bad, but the chart is confirming the story that nobody cares about the brand anymore. What was it, $60 a while ago is now here. However, as always, I will look for the footprints in the sand and see if we can find a story. The first thing I would do is look at the RSI divergence. There's a bit of an attempted base built here as a low and then a new low, but kind of a higher low there on the base RSI. That could be the beginnings of a bottom. Very much oversold. There's nothing wrong with taking a stab at something that's oversold. You have a lot of space up here before the first 10 SMA comes into play. And as you can see, the 10 SMA is in play based on prior touches and prior interactions. If you can get through that first web of 10 SMA, then your backstop is the 20. So down here, if you take a stab at it, yeah, you've got yourself a really good entry, and there's a possibility you could come up and test this. So your risk reward is good. If you're wrong, you just get out below $1. But is this thing going to roll over and test $1 just to test everybody's resolve? I mean, the people at $2 up here are not happy. Yeah, you've got a better price, but when you do these types of things, just like I am doing in Kodak, okay, it's the same type of principle play, so you could do the same thing. I'm taking a stab down here. I'm looking at that rising RSI up the bottom. Not much of a divergence, but it's trying, but you can see it's coming right into the first webbing of the 10 SMA. So I've got a battle going right here in my live position. If I can get through this, then I'm in the money, and I've got the 20 SMA to act as a backstop. The likeliness we can get there. But just like your chart in Playboy, if I'm wrong, I have to admit and rip the Band-Aid off down here at 405, because if it rolls back over, it's likely going to have a date to retest new lows and retest the resolve of everybody. That's just what price action does. One period, one group has the upper hand, and they're going to just test the other group to see if they still have the upper hand or not. Kodak. Yeah, I am. It's a weird one, Michael. Just don't ask me why. Honestly, there might be some fundamental reasons that I like this company, and so I'm putting a lot more weight in the fundamentals, not the current fundamentals, but the future prospects of what this company could become. A nice domestic, let's just say a nice domestic generic drug producer to free us from the shackles of China. That's my story, right? Now, is the chart going to confirm the story? At the moment, no. It's kind of battling. But this thing could pop, and then I could look back and say, hey, maybe this story is going to come out to play. It was mentioned and floated by some people that Kodak could evolve into that type of company, and there's no reason why they couldn't. But I'm going to let the chart tell me when to stay in and when to get out. Yeah, Patrick, I've given up on all paper silver stocks. All I have is the physical. I've given up on trying to trade it. It's just an absolute manipulated mess. And I'll say that with absolute conviction. JP Morgan has had to pay many dollars in fines for manipulating silver on their desks. Bank of America and US Bank, they're all just pretty good at pulling silver prices out of thin air and throwing them into the short market somehow. But whatever. All right, HS, how can you find a stock that has had good earnings and the last 1 or 2, 3 reports was positive? Earnings growth. Okay, so I've got that on here. So my single stock window here, this is your single stock window, new single stock window. It's pretty much in every single doc or any pre-described layout that you're going to open. And you right click and you go to configure. And from there, you're going to look for earnings growth. Quarterly earnings growth. Why? That's really annoying. So there's not a data point for that one. Let's try and find something else. Okay. Quarterly revenue growth. Let me look and see if we have that. Hang on a second. I'm going to do the keyword earnings. Quarterly earnings growth. Show column. Okay. There it was. So I didn't have it in there. I had quarterly revenue growth. This is the answer to your question, HS. Quarterly earnings growth. So let's go back to Kodak and see if there is a value for that. And there isn't, for whatever reason. I think it might be a part of our current data problem. We're still having some holes in some of our data, which is not ideal. ENVX, I'm in that one. Quarterly earnings growth, -5%. So what could you do with that filter? All right, so let's do something here. Let's go new, top list. We'll make all those the basics, but we'll add keyword earnings in search. Quarterly earnings growth percent. Here's our key filter, add it. And let's say give me a value that you would like, HS, rather than me guess. Quarterly earnings growth. Now it's only going to show us quarter over quarter. I know what you're looking for is, the last 2 or 3, but quarterly earnings growth, 5%. I was going to guess 5%. So let's do minimum 5%. Just out of curiosity, let's make sure we're not missing anything. Earnings, right? Annual. There's annual earnings growth estimated according. You can look at these as well if you want. You could add these HS, but they're estimated. Estimated EPS, estimated at quarterly. So if we just grab that basic filter with 5% minimum, and then we want to, let's go and clean up these columns, because sometimes these columns can be a bit much. Position and range, we don't need. Relative volume, we'll keep that volume today. Percent, we don't like that. Change from the close, change from the close dollars, we don't need that. But what we do need is quarterly earnings growth. Add that. That becomes our key column. We can move that over here. And then we can double click it. And look at that. Well, you got some companies in here that are growing. American Airlines? That doesn't seem right. But 3,700%. Okay. I have to check those numbers. If you feel like it, you're welcome to cross-reference those numbers. Then from here, you can do one more thing. You can just say, let's go into properties and colors. And let's make that that's already set up for us nicely. So we're going to change the color palette to I can use the search earnings, quarterly earnings growth. Okay. What I've done is I've changed that color palette. I can't believe American Airlines and Delta have that type of earnings growth. Maybe they do. I don't know. I hate to say it. I don't know if I can trust these numbers. Again, we all know we've had some data issues here recently when it comes to some of this fundamental data. We're not trying to hide it. We're just trying to work with our data provider and make sure if we need to hire a second one or a third one for redundancy that we do that. But there it is. Okay, so HS. I'm going to give this to you and you can use this. It's all set up and sorted and colorized for you. Let's check in with my stuff. There's the NVX not doing a whole lot. What's the market doing? I noticed the NASDAQ got weak earlier and then got strong. IWM, the Russell was extremely strong this morning. Now it's starting to fade. Just a lot of choppiness. Yeah, SPYs, look, they gapped up and they basically trapped the shorts again yesterday. No reason to be short for many reasons. Everybody's talking about ARM, huh? Went as high as 62. So it looks like it's kind of started to create a higher low, 55, 57, 59. So maybe the next higher low will be 61. Again, you don't have a whole lot to go by. No longer an age limit for Miss Universe pageant. Where'd you pull that one from? I am 50 at 56. I am game. Are you 56? Nice example of a 10 SMA riding it all the way up on the 15-minute. I'm all caught up on questions here, so I'm just rambling until somebody else wants to look. Oh, you're 59. All right. I'm 56 because I was going to say, how'd you know my age? CAG. Well, I'll tell you what, the intraday there, Michael, is supportive. Can you see what I see? It started yesterday, held that 10 SMA, came up, broke through my 5-day there. These are the only two lines I use. I mean, and look at how this one literally kind of gives you the perfect image of simplicity. Yeah, I could have a lot more stuff on there, but look at what this is telling me. I mean, we can back up just a little bit. This was in play a couple days ago. You know, the 5 SMA couldn't get back above it, and it plunged back down below, and then it regained itself, found support here, had the ability to challenge it, broke through, reclaimed it with sideways consolidation, and now I call this a pinch play or even a cross, and the cross is now winning. The cross has the upper hand, holding that support of the moving average of the candles. So it just depends on what your time frame is. So in the moment, it looks great. Look left, and it's going to run right smack into that high back here, and also the 10-day SMA. So you're constantly having to look left and see what is the bigger picture. But for the moment, that's a beautiful textbook intraday sign of strength and attempt. And again, I also love how it just shows the simplicity of the simple 2 moving averages that I use. Momentum line is the 10 SMA, and this 130 line, which is a 5-day moving average, is more just a level of interest to me. It kind of tells me who has the upper hand. If it can't get back above it, well, then the sellers have the upper hand. If it breaks back above and now you got the momentum line pushing it, the buyers, for the moment, have the upper hand, but they're going to run into some buzz saw of selling. So it's a constant give and take of different time frames. I use the 10 SMA for my support and resistance. There is also levels that you can use, of course, and HS, you'll find those levels in our scans under pivot. So if you go to configure and search and use keyword pivot, you'll see the R1, R2, S1, S2, and pivot. So from there, literally, you can say, show me a new high, but it's very close to the R pivot, maybe fade it, or show me a new low, maybe it's close to the S1 pivot. Trade Ideas has the ability to use those types of resistance and support lines as well. I like to use the moving averages. Fast forwarded to Ben. Does Brian Shannon anchor VWAPs from highest number of bars for trading off of? He'll anchor off of many different things. Key events are the most important ones. Key highs, key lows, gaps, earnings, etc. Those are usually ones. If you have an example of a chart you want me to look at, Ben, we can mark one up and look at the anchored VWAPs, and I can show you what I feel, would be the key levels. Personally, I try to keep it simple to a daily chart, but Brian will go into a 30-minute chart and 1-hour chart sometimes and look at it from those perspectives as well. But if you have a chart for me, I'll take a look. CAG. Right, okay, so we talked about that one. Do I always wait for candle to close into the moving average or use for level for hard stop? Yeah, Trevor, in the middle of the day, I can't stand getting wicked out of something because it just simply traded below the 10 SMA. So in my anecdotal experience, I've just noticed that if I wait for the possibility of that red candle that's currently piercing that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, again, for those that don't know, this is the moment that I'm talking about taking my profits. So it's been moving for me, holding, but the signal candle eventually comes, and that tells me the momentum is dying on a 15-minute time frame. And that signal candle only becomes a signal candle to me once it closes. So if it closes red and underneath, I'm out. Only because if I've done it mid-candle, it pops back down and wicks back up and moves higher. There's nothing worse than that chart laughing at you at the end of the day for shaking you out. I hate getting shaken out. So it's a method for me to avoid getting shaken out, and I've also leaned on it. It's worked more times than it hasn't worked, and I'm glad when I do generally. And if it doesn't work, then the signal candle appears, and I'm generally happy with the signal candle because it gets me out early and preserves most of the profit that I have. Yeah, that's probably a good strategy. Trevor, brings up a good point. If you read it, there's more than 100 different ways to make money in this market. It's just a big giant carnival. Which tent do you want to pop into and which angle do you want to try and, exploit? Trevor talks about trading off unusual volume options. The Jarian brothers are very good at that, following sweeps, massive signature prints, dark clean out prints, dark pool prints, block prints. So those are areas that could signal certain behind the scenes areas of reversal, and so you can certainly anchor a VWAP from those pools. And that's a great concept. I don't even know if Brian's even discussed that yet. Bill is one. Okay, I missed your concept. BILL chart. Okay, so first thing Brian would do would be anchor off of the earnings. So we're going to anchor off of the actual earnings date. Actually, let's go to a clean chart. I have a clean chart just for that purpose. Anchor. Earnings. Okay, look at that. So we're testing the resolve of everybody who purchased Bill post earnings on a value weighted average price consideration. Now, let's also take this moment for me to explain, is the price currently below that anchored VWAP? Yes, it is. So I try to do this as well on the daily candles. And sometimes it's not as easy to let things bleed through on the daily. But what if this thing pops back up and closes at 112? And then in hindsight, it's a beautiful test. So in the moment, it feels like we're losing the VWAP, but it's midday. So I want to wait for the closing candle. Again, I understand it's harder to do with a daily candle than it is a 15 candle because you have to wait longer. And if it bleeds through even more, then you're tested even more. You have to test your resolve. The more it bleeds through, the more likely you just might have to get out. But if it's going to linger around here and just kind of loiter, again, we just tickled new lows right there on the intraday. That's a typical algorithm move, right? So we set the lows on the open, and it looks like we just tickled them by a penny to see if there was any loose change to fall out. So this could be a perfect spot for the intraday to bounce back up. We look over at the intraday anchored VWAP based off of the earnings. What do you know? Maybe it holds. And then in hindsight, you go, all right, it held. I'm taking this thing home. I might even add to it a little bit more at the close. because I feel like I survived the test. Do anybody play craps? You survive that come out roll. Like, all right, okay, now it's time to lay my odds. So that's kind of another way to look at it. So yeah, hopefully, I mean, I do like that analogy. You take a starter position, you see if it holds the test, which we're doing right here. What if this thing turns back and rips to 114 on the close? I would take some more home with me. I would add to it because, again, I feel like I survived the pressure point, just like you do in craps. They didn't take my money on the come out roll. The point has been established. We see the bogey, we see the downside. Lay your odds, add to your position, and that's how I would manage a trade like that. True. It feels like, stocks moving against the market or with the market have been a lot more prevalent as of late, more so than I would care for from my experience in the past, for sure, Trevor. I get hung up on that too sometimes. I would say more, involved in sector. And what's happening is it's sector rotation. Like I said this morning, the NASDAQ Qs were weak, but the small cap IWM Russell ripped higher. It's just constant rotation among the big players. They don't stick around in one sector for long. It's constantly moving around. So you just could be on the wrong end. This is what is this software company? Cloud-based software. Yes. So I mean, what's XLW doing to XSW software? It's kind of weak today. So pay more attention really to what the sector's doing, maybe compared to what the market's doing as a whole, because their rotation is really strong. One-minute charts, huh, Mike? That's too much for my brain to handle. I can't do 1-minute charts. All right. Do you have a weekly chart swing scan signed up to help my parents' long-term portfolio? I do not have a weekly chart scan. I would look at weekly charts often just to kind of see where we are, especially, in the bigger picture SPY and things like that. These little tabs down there show us the weekly chart. So we get a quick weekly thumbnail line, which is nice and convenient. Personally, I kind of keep those hidden. I would rather just go to properties and go time frame weekly. And from there, I start to just see bigger picture stuff. So I don't have scans per se that tell you when to get in or get out, but I will constantly look at key positions, or in this case, the market. All right, so let's look at the SPYs in the weekly here. Very strong since the spring. Bit of a pullback, broke the 10 SMA, but held just above the backstop. We're using the 20-week moving average now, not the 20-day. And we have reclaimed the 10-week one neutral. Today's Thursday. If this thing pops up and closes back near highs, we have reclaimed the weekly moving averages. Look at the beautiness of all the moving averages fanned out perfectly. That's a very strong sign. So the weekly moving average is saying don't be short. Weekly chart, I should say. NASDAQ, same situation, perfectly to the point. One more close here tomorrow at the end of the day on Friday, a weekly chart. I'm going to put a price alert there. This is a beautiful little weekly cup and handle. I don't have my drawing tool. I'll get it going, but boom, boom, higher low, right above the 20, gathering some steam. Again, you waste a lot of energy coming all the way down here and then having to break through that congestion. So that's why stock and price pull back. Certain factions take their profit. People dig in and find a spot to create a higher base camp. That higher base camp's fed, hot shower. They've got more energy and momentum to push through and break through. So again, a strong looking weekly chart, but I don't have a scan that's based on weekly. And we really don't have scans based on weekly. We have things that are based on a 1 month range, 3 month range, new annual high, new annual low, things like that. But we don't have weekly moving averages. So that's a big one that makes it hard. Yeah, Marty, I was bullish. I was rather bearish last week. I covered. I got out. There's nothing that can sell this market off. And again, I took a paper cut because I felt like I had a good entry last week. Like I said, I was up in that armpit, fading the up moves, and it's not working. I mean, it's not happening. One of the things that bothers me is I start listening seasonally. September's bad, October bad. Everybody thinks the market's going to crash, the dollar is going to crash. Well, the market has that Max Payne theory that somehow finds a way to just disappoint the mass majority of people most of the time. And with that in the back of my mind, the tea leaves of the moving averages, the tea leaves of the candles and the charts are telling me there's no need to be short here. There's no need to be short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was leaning on this back here in the SPY. Right there. Yep. I was leaning on that little pop move, got under, and then basically just got out. Small loss. Small loss. Okay. Am I bullish? We just did that one. Yeah, funny that's nice, Ben. I've got access to my mom's Schwab account here, and she's in all cash. I have her in a little bit of that Kodak, but all cash. I just can't make sense of the market. I don't trust the market going along here right now, even though what I'm looking at on my screen is extremely bullish spider chart. We're breaking out of consolidation, back on highs here. Intraday solid. I just don't trust a whole lot. So I trade for my mom's account too. I did well for her last year. She was pretty happy. But for the last 3 or 4 months, I've been treading water. Just waiting for that one email from like, what's the problem? But always happy to be honest with you guys. I'm not killing it over here the last couple of months with my personal style, but I had a good year last year and the beginning of the year. Read a lot about William O'Neill, cancel him. I don't know much about that, but Michael Noswood, because he's a CMT. I think we're caught up. How about that? Do you take insider transactions into your thesis? I don't like it when I see a stock that's run up a lot, but I see the insiders selling. So I'll take that into consideration. But, literally, I try not to consume myself with too much information. I just try to look at the chart and let the chart tell me what's happening. If there's too much insider selling and the buying starts to dry up, I might see that on my so-called signal candle, as I told you guys. And maybe that's the reason to tie into it. I'll never know. But I try not to get too focused on insider sales and all those fundamentals. Hey, Barry.
I am here. I've been listening intently.
How do you
intensely? I don't know. Is it intensely or intently?
Intently.
Following every. So you mentioned a couple of things about September. I mean, historically, nothing to do with this month, but I mean, this year, historically, September is the worst performing month in the market historically. Whether that happens this month, who knows? I mean, I've been looking at the SPY.
Just odds.
What's that?
And I said it's just odds.
Yeah,
The
just
odds can
odds,
go both
exactly. I mean,
ways.
that's historically going back like 50 years, 100 years, whatever.
Hmm.
Secondly, the question about insider sales, I actually don't pay unless it's massive insider selling by a bunch of different people, a bunch of the C-suiters. I really don't pay too much attention to insider sales because you never know why a guy is selling. He's got to buy a new house, got to put the kids through school. He's got to, who knows why somebody is trying to raise some cash and how long have they been in it? I pay way more attention to insider buying though, because
Yeah.
unless
Yeah.
it's planned that they have to, like some of these guys, they have quarterly meets that they have to do. But if I see a big insider buy, I think, okay, the guy's putting his money where behind his company. So I will pay way more attention to insider buying
Hmm.
than insider selling, unless it's on mass insider
True.
selling. And then
Everybody's
the
got a
last
wife.
thing,
Go ahead.
I think that was it. I just was thinking about when you were talking about, how you were sort of trying to be bearish on the SPY. But how can you be bearish on the SPY
You
right
can't.
now? But
No.
tomorrow, tomorrow is another day. I
Tomorrow's
mean,
another day. But if we close like this, we're back in clean air, as I call it. We're back above all the
yes,
moving averages. There's no upside areas of resistance except for trend lines or whatnot.
I know
Um,
what I wanted to say. You were
but
talking about how you were managing your mother's account. And yeah,
yeah,
I've had people who think I know anything about the stock market and they don't understand how I trade. I don't trade long term. And they say, well, come on, you're in the market every single day. You must know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I mean, in terms of the long term, I couldn't
you
tell
just
you
say
what to
my
buy
my
long term.
skill. My skill is like a headlight that sees forward 20 to 30 minutes. That's the best I can do. Beyond that, it's all foggy to me. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't. I just turn everybody down, and they get a little ticked off because they say, "Oh man, I mean, you're the only person that
Well, I
most
was
people
going to
don't
say on
have
the
jobs
inside, I
like
was going to
us."
say on the insiders.
Go ahead.
No, that's true. I was going to say on the insider sales too, as a joke before I go. Um, People are always wanting to take an exit strategy, and a lot of them have a wife who want that second home on the lake up in the certain
I
hills.
was going to
So
say that,
they get a lot of pressure.
or the two ex-wives who are demanding more alimony. But I mean,
Oh yeah, more alimony, but or that
more
boat he really
alimony.
wanted he had his eye on. Yeah. So,
Anyway,
all right, Barry. Thanks
okay,
for
my
the
friend.
relief.
Thank
We'll see
you,
you
and
around.
keep trying to plug for me. I'm.
I shall.
I should have a chat with you at some point, but I do appreciate you trying to plug the room for me.
Nothing new yet that I haven't already told you. So if something
Yeah.
new happens, I'll
Okay.
let you know.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, guys, I am. Let me take over the screen again. There we go, and get my music going. There we go. Back. Okay, I'm back in all of the rooms. So yeah, so I did see that. I mean, ARM open, and at least there is some enthusiasm, obviously, because it opened at what, 51, or the IPO was 51, around $51. So it's at $60 now. I mean, it could have easily have opened at 51 and then, drifted down, but at least it drifted or drifted, it's moved higher. So obviously there is some enthusiasm for this. Now, am I going to trade it? I have no idea. I'm going to have to see, later on in the day. There's the high of the day, 62, potentially if it takes out 62 later on, potentially I might nibble at some. All right. So let's see. I see that brush, it's a little brush, BRSH. It had a bit of a run. Mhm. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up now to see what I see that WE is. I don't know. Yeah, it's really starting to give it up. No shorts available for me. You know, it is unbelievably giving it up still is that holo. I mean, quite remarkable. You would have thought maybe there'd be some nibbles today, but not even close. It's still down 35% after yesterday's absolute shellacking, and it closed near the low yesterday. And look at this, opened below the low. Amazing. Thank you, Oliver. So was that actually an earnings play, Brush? So we don't have an earnings date column for them or an earnings date for them. But wait a minute, you're talking when was that released? That's for the 6 months ending April 3rd or April 30th. No, it is September 14th. Okay, good. Well, we don't have that they released earnings, but I actually don't even see it. I mean, it's interesting because normally, my interactive brokers will have something like that. I don't see anything on an earnings release today for Rush. I'm saying it, and I know yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean, it is interesting. So what may have happened with IB? No, I don't think so. I don't think so because sometimes what happens is, like a lot of earlier reports will disappear, but I don't even see anything from IB today for Brush. But you're right. In our news scanner, we do have it. Hmm, interesting. Did you get casino play and Holo? Okay. Well, I mean, how much further can it go? You're right. I mean, it seems insane that it's done what it's done. I mean, I understand profit taking and all that, but again, understanding that there was probably it was no real reason for this to do what it did. Going from $2 to 10 or 11, but getting wiped out in one day. This reminds me of this day here, this AMC, the day I did not. I missed get my entry on AMC on a short, and now I've sort of done the same thing. What about CHS, Michael Anthony? Is that Chico's or what about it? It's in a downtrend. It's having a decent day today, but terrible. I mean, if you're talking about a swing trade, I mean, okay, this is your first glimmer of hope, a green candle after 2 weeks of down. But what are you looking at? I don't see anything. I mean, the next high is 460. The next high after that is 471. You've got a bunch of stuff between here and five that would have to get through. So I don't I don't see anything good about CHS. You've been in like almost a month and a half straight down. I know you're looking for a bottom play, but this is the first day. First day does not necessarily mean it's going to continue, of course. So plus the relative volume is low. It's not even trading normally in terms of relative volume. So, but that's just me, Michael. MSOS. Well, yeah. So the cannabis plays have been, and I did read something this morning, and obviously that's given this lift. That's what it was. Curaleaf. Now, I don't know if that's the reason, but Curaleaf chairman sees DEA agreeing to reschedule marijuana. Oh, I see. I see. I mean, I'm looking at reschedule, so that's just a fancy word. So from a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3. Okay. I mean, that's been the rumor for a while now. However, expects the DEA to come up with its decision about 90 days after it received that recommendation, which happened in late August. So late August. So yeah, so we're only about 2 weeks into that. So anything can happen. Anything can happen. So I wouldn't say okay, that's it, clear sailing for the cannabis stocks. Until it happens. It hasn't happened. Oh yeah, Shady and PJ. So my recommendation is one of you block the other. Okay, it's, you guys are never going to agree on anything. So just ignore each other. Okay, you don't like it, ignore each other. Seriously. But Michael, when I say I don't like it, remember now, I'm thinking obviously first and foremost as an intraday trader, okay, CHS. But even if I were a swing trader, what are you doing? Are you banking on the fact that it's finally having one green day? I mean, it's up 9 cents, okay? It's up 9 cents. What are you banking on the fact that maybe this is the chart of a turnaround? Okay, is that what you're thinking? I mean, I can't. I mean, it's up 9 cents, 2%, and the relative volume is not. So there's no massive. I don't think there's a massive sentiment switch. But it's up to you. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room asking me my opinion of CHS. Okay, guys, let's see. This ESPO, what is it doing? Did it have a bounce at all? SBOW, ESPO. Yeah, it did have a bounce. Looks like that could be it for UPDD for a while anyway. I believe it or not, again, I have my alert set. right at the high of the day, just in case it gets crazy again. Obviously, the volume has to come in. Look at the volume that came in. That's what that was what helped. Obviously, when the volume came in on that candle right there, that's what spiked it up. But look at what happened right afterwards. You would have needed at least probably, I don't know, three-quarters the size of that volume to keep it up in that range. But look what happened. The volume just dropped, and now the volume's dropping even more. But out of nowhere, you never know. Volume can come in, and if it takes out that high, I am going to be really interested because the next high would be 50, but it would be this area here. I mean, who knows? $24. All right. Well, ARM is definitely settling in here, guys. High of the day is up here at 62. So this has been so far a very successful IPO. What was it priced at again? 50. What was it priced at? 51, I think. Opened at 56, but what was it priced at? 51. You are right. That is very rare. You are absolutely right. 51. Thanks, Goods. Okay. Goods. VWAP. You're right. That is strange. Shares available right now. 300,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers are short. Not that I want to short it, but it's very strange. The day of an IPO that there are shorts available. Maybe it's because it's just so gigantic. So anyway, we're 20% above the IPO price, which is, pretty darn good. This is a daily reversal VLRS, but when I look left, a couple of things, of course, 10 could be a huge roadblock. And then even if it got through 10, 10, 11 is the next high. So that's too close. So now what I'd be doing is maybe looking at a short. If it can't gets close to 10. All right, guys, I'll do my video now. So what time is it? 1:11, 1:12. So back around 1:22 or no later than, should be no later than. Probably end up going to the marketing meeting today for a bit at 2 o'clock. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Thank you, John M. Also in our YouTube room. Yeah, 51 was the IPO price. All right, guys, it's back. Okay, great, Shady. You've had your say. You can do whatever you want to do. I'm not taking sides on this. I just want it to stop. Okay, so you can do what you want to do, either of you, but I just want it to stop. AC/DC, not the group. AC/DC. Hmm. Believe it or not, the next, oh no, I'm wrong. The next high looking left is 1190. Close. After that, you've got a high of 1422 for AC/DC. What's the spread like on that arm? I'm sure it's pretty tight. Yeah, about as tight as you can get. Well, not quite 85, 87, but yeah, very tight. It doesn't happen. So it's hardly happened in the last few months, Denver. So, whew, okay. AAOI guys, I'm wondering now. AAOI, this is just popping over $10. Let's see if this has any. Well, okay, over $10. Trying to regain. I had a bad day yesterday. This is not a daily reversal on my scan. It's just something I had thumbnailed. For it to actually trigger, I would have to take out yesterday's high. But you know what? Just over $10. The next high looking left is 1073. Market is pretty good. You know, we've had this uptrend, an hour, 30 minutes of a mild downtrend, and then another hour and 15 up. Market is so strong. And you know, just to put an end to it, Denver, if I do that, what happens is our support people get an email and saying from these people who I haven't had to kick or ban anybody for a long time. How come? So that's a last resort. I don't know about Kubaya, but maybe Kumbaya, yes. Wow. Now look at this one. Holy smokes. This is a trend, guys. I did see this one a couple of hours ago, actually. But this is a trend. I wish I'd seen it right about here. I think I saw it in the first hour and 15 minutes. I just kind of forgot about it. But look at this. This is a nice break right there. Break of 31.45. And what a nice trend for MODV. Let's see if there's any reason for this one. There you go. It's funny, you know, Steve and I were talking about insider trading. You guys in YouTube, you remember we're talking about it. And What I said was, I don't really care about insider selling unless it's massive. I mean, if every one of the C-suiters, dumps their shares, fine. Oops, let me get rid of my announcement. But there are a lot of reasons why, an individual who's an insider will sell, buy a new house, put kids through school. There are a lot of reasons. Not as many to make somebody buy. So here we go. Coliseum Capital Management purchased at least up as much as $6 million worth of. So that's not quite an insider, but it's an institutional investor. I wonder if it says what they've raised their percentage stake in it. I have to pass that on to Steve. So anyway, that's my thoughts about insider trading. I see Rocket just made another new high. 17%, Calvin. That's interesting. Okay, so they've upped it. Well, I don't know what it was before, but it's a pretty big stake then they've got in this company. Yeah, I mean, I tried Taurus. I agree. I try not to read, an incredible amount into it because they're. I remember Michael Noss had one. It's got to be 2 or 3 years ago, and he saw that the CEO was buying a whack of shares as the stock was going down, and he kept averaging down, and it. I can't remember what one it was. I think it might have. Well, it started with the letter C, but that doesn't help. And the guy was underwater and never regained. I mean, that's anecdotal, of course. But yeah, I obviously bullish. You get insider buying. I don't necessarily think it's like hugely bearish for insider selling unless it's a bunch of insiders. And unless it's the CEO who has maybe 100 million shares and sells 99.99% of them. Okay. Boy, Coco, are you still in this, William? Are you still in this short of I know you're not, but I look at this Coco short. Now it's coming right into that. This is one I wanted to take earlier also. Because when we look left, the next low is 28.72 and it's almost there. Well, you could have just let me handle your account, William. I wouldn't have covered. And the only other thing about insider buying, as I understand it anyway, I don't know. I know some companies, I don't know if all the companies, but they will have, or maybe it's only on the selling. I wasn't sure if it, every quarter, some of them had to buy a certain number of shares, but I may be wrong. Maybe they were only allowed to sell a certain number of shares. That's funny, William. Yeah, I may be wrong, William. I thought there was planned, but maybe it's planned sales, if they want to. I might be wrong. By the way, guys, notice that the arm showed up at 12:08 in our Halts Resumes. One of the quirks about our Halts Resumes, I would say probably at least 90% of IPOs will show up as a resume. Well, Shady, I'll tell you the reason. The reason is because that happened while I was on my break, and I only saw your last one. So that's the reason. There's no conspiracy theory. I had to catch up. I was alerted to it by somebody to tell me that this was ongoing. So that's the only reason. FWRG on the weekly chart. This doesn't look good. 1933 is the next high, and then 19. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, just not interesting. It's showing up on my momentum scanner, and it's a nice break on volume, but just look left. For me, just not enough room. How's my win rate on trading those IPO stocks? Look up. You mean the day of? Pretty good. I mean, I may not trade ARM, but pretty good. I mean, I have but it's a casino. I mean, I know I keep using that term, but it is a casino. The low price IPO stocks, especially from China, that don't release very many shares, low price. I just kind of have a feel for when, at a certain time of day when the stock takes out a new high or makes a new high, taking out a high that could have been established an hour before. So I've done, but it's nothing. There's no, how can I say it? There's no rule really. And I don't go crazy, I'm not taking like 10,000 shares of these silly little ones, okay? I don't go crazy. Well, we can say this trade 25. I know you always crow about Centerpoint. I'm just kidding you, of course. Actually, there are shares available at Interactive Brokers, 285,000. I'm just pulling your leg, of course. Not that I want to short this, but I do like the way this is holding 60. If it gets over the high of the bodies of those two candles, 60, 62. I might put a little price alert there and see what happens. Maybe nibble at it right here. It's trading with such a tight spread that you can put a stop in and have a reasonable chance of getting out at your stop. You were mentioning a holo pop and then trapping a bunch of, or somebody was mentioning it. I mean, it's a good percentage move. I mean, 121 up to 151. Even if you got into the middle two-thirds of this, but it's so hard to predict. I mean, how do you figure out where this is going to? I mean, it's an all-time low, basically. Position and lifetime range. It's an all-time low. I actually had forgotten that it had done this, or was this just? Is this a reverse split adjusted price? I'm talking about the holo up to 34. I can't remember this happening, but okay, guys. Now this is again maybe interesting. I mean, we had the alert at 10:58 from the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, 10:58. You see, excuse me. You see the blue arrow. So that on the 15-minute chart, that's when we had the alert, but it pulled all the way back down at a 50-cent drop. Now it's trying to come back. I mean, this is an all-time high. I mean, there is the official all-time high, 32.30. But this is a stock that is very strong, and it has come back. So maybe this time over 32, it gets running. A lot of volume, 8 times normal volume, 8.8 times normal volume right now, up to this time of day. And that is for the MIRM. So did HPQ give it up again? So are you still waiting for a VWAP break? Real 27.46 is the VWAP. I know earlier on you were waiting maybe for a VWAP break and then shorting it, seeing how well it held under the VWAP and then shorting it there. Because it's pretty close, 27.46, 27.61. So it's 15 cents away. Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha. This actually showed up on my option scanner as a potential long. Calvin, actually, it's not the columns free. Well, I don't know if it's freezing. Oh, you mean not updating? Well, let me see if this updates just for fun. I'll take a trade here. I maybe you're using the term freezing, but let's. I'm just going to buy it. I just want to see. So when you say freezing, you mean like this max PNL is not adjusting. That's what you mean. Well, there it is. Okay, now it did adjust. Is that what you meant by freezing? Hmm. Yeah, so you can see it's not consistently doing it because it is working right now. Pepe did tell me to save as default yesterday. I don't know if that helped, but yeah, I don't know if anybody is actually working on it. I'll be honest. I really don't know. The company's got so many things ongoing, and I mean, I just don't know if I don't think they're probably working on it. It's annoying though, I will admit. I mean, it requires me to I mean, the only reason it's annoying is because the company wants me to display the buy and sell signals from the chart. Otherwise, you exit out and you just reload it and you're good for the day. But I mean, it shouldn't happen. Yeah, you don't have to shut down. You just have to, yeah, you just have to X out and then load it again. And that usually makes it okay for the day, but it shouldn't happen. I get it. Peppy, what is that shift something or other? It gives me a forced. I'm trying to do a refresh in this market scope. Other guys have it okay. I just can't get any data here, and I keep refreshing. But I know isn't there some more fancy way to do it? Or because it's obvious I have the data. I mean, this is real time data up here, but I just don't have the heat map, and this is unclickable for me. See if I go back. Interesting. Well, I'd like to display this market scope. It's kind of cool, the heat map here, but I can't display it. Give me one moment. I'm going to try one more thing. Ah, interesting. Okay. Oh, well, here's our heat map. Okay, so if you are kind of more of a casual, but now this is the delay. Just give me a moment, and I'm going to give me one moment. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I have to contact somebody in our accounting. Yeah, I have no suggestions, Joe or J0732. I have no suggestions on who could be faster than 5 days, 5 business days. My suggestion is take a week off from trading and, so the question was, oh, there you go. So Dak is just saying it was 3 days for him. I mean, 3 days. I mean, that's not. I don't think that should be the end of the world. You're saying 5 days. I don't have any. I have no additional insight about how fast IB's transfer, like transfer from Schwab to IB, would be. But Dak said it took him 3 days. Okay, guys, I'm kind of in. SG, SG. I just remember this. Yeah, so SG took out that low and it's got some room. So maybe I'm going to short this one. All right, shorting SG here, guys. It took out that low of yesterday a little while ago. I had a price alert. I forgot about it. So let's see what happens. And of course, why I'm doing it is because the next low on the weekly chart is 1080. Not suggesting it's going to get down there, but it'll have a pretty tight stop on it. So you know what? It may be J0332. It may be Schwab. That's the hold up. Because look at what Wiggle Wiggle bot is saying was the same day for transferring from Thinkorswim. So anyway, I don't know. I certainly don't have any insight in what you could do to get it faster. The market's going to be around for a long time. So, even if you had to take 3 or 4 days off, shouldn't be the end of the world. Well, you know what? ARM is still stubbornly holding on to 60. If it forms a big base here and it has some, like the volume has to pick up, a lot of volume, 84 million. Now, we don't know what that float is. I mean, if it's really only 9 million, then that's pretty, I know it's 90, I know it's a 95 million share IPO. That's how much they raised times the $51. But something I read that Chris actually in our Chris Varley at YouTube, he put something in our Slack discussion thread that somebody said, but only 10% is being released, which is a massive difference. Okay, guys. So I'll probably I don't know if I'm going to attend the marketing meeting. I may attend it for a while in 9 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm not really seeing too much right now. I'm just waiting on this SG to see if it can move a little bit further down for me. I'm short that one. 1238. Yeah, 1238. 1238. Yes. If it gets back up there, I'll probably just turf it. I mean, Rocket looks like a short waiting to happen, doesn't it? I mean, there's the high right there, 2394, 2350. It's at 2350. The high is right here at 2394, just underneath that magic wall number. Okay, guys, again, I'm not seeing too much new. I don't think I've had an alert for a while. Oh, rocket. I forgot I took this one in the simulator. So let me just flatten that. I'll get out of the trade. That's what you do. You want to get out of a trade when you're in a simulator, or if you're trading live, you just highlight. If you have a series of trades you're in, you just highlight the one you want, flatten it. That gets you out of the trade. Brainsway, BWAY. Great name. Wow, this has got room. 560 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Probably it's out of Israel, other Israeli stock. Another probably we don't have, seems that that's the theme. We never have float information for these, especially stocks out of Israel. I don't know why, but let me check another site. 12 and a half million, looks like 12 and a half million in the float. Okay, 12 and a half million in the float. And that's for Brainwave, BWAY. Now, it hasn't traded very much, 146,000 shares. That's three times normal, 3.3 times normal. So, this does not trade very much, but maybe it's starting. I mean, shouldn't say maybe. I mean, look, over 3 months, I guess, it's gone from 154 to 416. You would have had a month of it doing nothing. Hard to hold. Okay, guys, I've taken some off the SG. I'm basically at my 1 for 2, in at 1238, at a nickel stop at 1243, right there. Why would I do that? Well, it's 1242 is the low. So actually 1242, I would have taken myself out of the trade. And so, it's worked a little bit. 1 for 2, risk reward. Hoping it's going down more, of course, but why would I take it's not super dynamic. And the volume, is dwindling. So I just decided to take some off at a 1 for 2 risk reward. And that's the SG. Well, interestingly, the VWAP is 58.76 for ARM. So if it took out the VWAP, that might give a little bit of impetus for it to move down. Be right back. Okay, guys, I am going to just put myself on mute for about 5 minutes. I'm not going to the meeting, but I just want to put myself on mute. What time is it? Say back about 2:05. I have to attend to. No comment, Calvin. I have no comment. Sorry. All right, guy. Well, you know what? UPTD may not be over yet. UPTD may not be over yet. I think it's above the VWAP. Again, highly risky. 1210 is the VWAP. Yeah, so it's over the VWAP. If it, I mean, anything can happen. If this takes out the high of the day, I'm probably going to take some. Going to try anyway. I don't want to take it if it's on this giant candle up, but yeah, I really, yeah, Calvin, just don't have any comment. Boy, look at AMC just continuing to sell off all day. So, it popped up. It got all the way up to 935. I mean, this was the news, okay? So the company announced its at the market equity offer 40 million shares and raised roughly $325 million. So market's going, yay, okay. However, I may be wrong, but I think that they could do this every month if they wanted to. Anyway, it was met with exuberance. But look at this. I mean, from 932 all the way back down to 8. And remember, this did a reverse split, or sorry, a reverse split. Yeah, a reverse split a few days ago. So this is really an 80-cent stock. It did a 1-for-10 reverse split. So this is really an 80-cent stock. Again, guys, arm trying to hold that VWAP. 58.77. So what did it get down to? Not there. 58.77 is the VWAP. Well, speak for yourself, Grumpy. A lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers for ARM, 282,000. Well, you know what? Instead of guessing if it's going to happen, why don't I just put my alert down around the VWAP and see if it takes it out later, or if it holds it and then bounces. Well, the SG is it's putting me to sleep a little bit, but hey, it's money is money. Okay, another new high for brush guys. BRSH just made another new high. Uh, Supposedly, this is an earnings play. I just don't see any news on it, but we do have the news here. So when I say that, Interactive Brokers did not have any news on it today regarding earnings. So it's very interesting that our our news has it. It's very rare. But another messy looking trader. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails on a 15-minute chart. You take this, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, it's so definitely challenging. That's interesting, William, isn't it? But I mean, it's obvious. I guess I mean, marketscreener.com. I guess we can believe them. I don't know these guys at all. Never heard of Market Screener, but it looks pretty darn official. Do we have a 60-minute 20 SMA moving average? You mean a scan for it, or can you put it on a chart? You can put it on a chart, of course, but well, this is what we've got for simple moving averages. Do a search, SMA. These are crosses. These are period crosses. Okay, so no, we don't have anything with a 60-minute 20 SMA. So these are crosses. Moving average crosses. No, we don't have that, Ben. Now, you can put it on the chart, of course, but if you're looking for, an overall scan or a top list showing you stocks, 60-minute 20 SMA close, no, we don't have that. UPTD guys, UPTD is getting a little frisky here. Well, you know, guys, I'm out of the SG. I just don't think it's dynamic enough. Probably crazy to get out, but covered it. Not in anything right now. I think somebody was posting Disney rumors before. EIS. Well, did Pop pull back? Yeah, somebody. Here we go. Sale of ABC to Nexstar. So there is your boy Disney just getting rid of everything. Oh boy, that's why I wait. You know, I had UPTV. I'm waiting on these levels way up here. All right, guys. Well, I've got about 40 minutes left, and William says he will keep the room open, probably even to. Did you say 4:30? Did you say that a couple of big guys are having some earnings? I think you said Lennar, LEN. Yeah, so I guess William is going to keep the room open at least till 4, and maybe later. A couple of companies that are releasing earnings, so some bigger name companies, Lennar being one of them. Oh, Adobe. Okay, Adobe is at 405. At any rate, when I'm gone, William will keep the room open so you guys can still chat amongst yourselves. Now on YouTube, I'll put the link in to get into the main room if you want to still do some stuff from 3 to 4. And as always, I will hang around after 3 if there are some questions. And today is definitely a bike riding day. One of the last ones, I'm sure. Well, I'm really interested in this arm to see what it does at the VWAP. There's that blue line right there. There's the VWAP, approximately 58.79. So I am very interested to see what it does. Will that hold it? Taurus, thanks for asking. Still not great. You know, feeding issues, drinking issues, things like that. So that's what I have. I take off a little bit and have to monitor her. Yeah, well, it's a big, yeah, 17 teeth. So it's about a week and a half ago now. I'm sure she's going to be fine, but taking a little longer than I expected. But I guess if somebody yanked 17 teeth out of my mouth, I guess I'd be pretty not happy either. Oh no, she's eating. She's just got. I mean, we've got this special food that is just loaded with junk that she loves. You know that the vet gave us. So so it's not really that. Anyway, guys, I'm sure she's going to be fine. ENVX canceled an offering. ENVX. So let's see what it's doing. It's probably popping on that news, right? Yeah. Oh, this was the trade of the week, wasn't it? It wasn't the alert at 1480. Okay, so William, Ori is saying that they canceled their offering. I didn't know they were offering. So I don't know where are you finding that news, Ori? Implants. Where can you put a link in for that, Ori? Because that's obviously pretty big news. I didn't even know they were doing an offering. I'm sure that didn't make Steve very happy because oh, it's great news because that means, well, for existing shareholders, I mean, okay, company raising money, I mean, obviously the company wants to raise some money. So in theory, it's good news for the company to raise some money. But if you're an existing shareholder, typically what happens is the way they raise money, they have to issue new shares, which is diluting your position. Okay. So it's a short-term win for existing shareholders for sure. Okay. Now, long term, I mean, there was a though I didn't even know they were doing I didn't even know they were doing a financing. Ah, okay, okay. So there wasn't really okay, it wasn't really a financing that had been like a lot of companies, what they should do is they'll say, listen, we're gonna have a bunch of shares that at a later date we may issue them in order to raise the financing, and but so they'll increase the number of shares outstanding. They may never use them, but if all of a sudden they do want to raise some money, maybe at a great share price, they'd have to go through a mess of paperwork in order to have shares that they could issue. I think that's right, right, William? If I'm explaining it right. So I think you'll see a lot of companies will have they'll 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 issue more shares, as you call it, kind of and put in what you call it, like placeholding almost, and they're there in case they want to do a financing in the future. Is that correct, William? Is that explained correctly? And they may never be used, but let's just say, for instance, a stock has a tremendous day, a bio has a tremendous day, fantastic news. They want to raise money. They want to take advantage of a huge a huge pop in the share price. Well, they can't just issue shares. They have to have them there to issue. And the way they do that is to do this process way ahead of time, just in case. Okay, so that is correct. Okay. Okay, well there's arm at the VWAP, guys. All right, guys, what is happening with arm? So it hit the VWAP, okay, but it looks like the VWAP has supported it so far, 58.80. It got a little bit below, just a little bit below. Remember, these are all areas, okay? As Real would say, these are areas like the 200-day moving average, the VWAP as an area. What does it do around that area? Well, so far anyway, that VWAP has held. That area has held. Excuse me, guys. Why is it so hard to copy stuff in this? Okay, guys, sorry. There's this stuff internally happening. I'm just following a discussion of trade ideas. So Mind Medicine, yeah, again, maybe benefiting from all the cannabis talk, of course, but not really, not really. I mean, look, it really didn't have a big run. Get rid of my announcement. Ugh, Santa. 318 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. This is, let's see if there's any news on this one. Trading lower by, I'm hearing the same thing, William. Yeah, I mean, a lot of volume coming in, but right into all that resistance probably. It's not a low float, 97 million in the float. So what Shady is saying on ARM, just interpret that for people. I think anyway, he means he'll take if ARM gets up to 59.70, he'll take the trade with a stop at 58.60, right? $1.10 stop. Am I correct? Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I mean, what little I know about all this, all I can say is that the VWAP seems to have held ARM. That's all I can say. Who owns Polestar? Does anybody know? Are they a public company, the EV maker, Polestar? Or are they still private? Volvo. Really? Volvo owns Polestar. Thank you, Matt. Didn't know that. Well, if I had to buy an EV, I'd probably buy that one. Love the way it looks. And the reason I say that is because Lucid was just showing up. LCID. So there's going to be an IPO for Polestar. Well, you know what? I mean, I don't know what sort of response you're going to get because look at all the IPOs for all those EV players. Wow. Okay, you can say Fisker is hot, but FSR. I mean, okay. I mean, if you mean hot in the last few days or a few weeks, but in perspective, though, I'm just saying that all these. I mean, remember this was a $32 stock, so I'm just saying that all these IPOs that happen with all these EVs, and everybody is so excited about them. Boy, they just have not done well at all. I Well, let's take a look at PSNY. Well, you're right. Yeah, this is out of the UK. I did not know that they're out of the UK. They're actually out of Sweden. Ah, they're headquartered in Sweden. So goodbye Saab, hello Polestar. Now I take umbrage to that goods. I had a Saab and I loved it. Nice black on black convertible. I loved it. All right. Well, for telling stories about Saab, yeah. So the roof would not go down once, okay, or up. I think I had it down and it failed. And then one time the car just quit when I was going through a big intersection. It just stopped. And cars are honking at me. Thank goodness there, it was a fairly busy intersection, so people weren't going crazy like fast. It just stopped, just like in a movie. Just stopped. But when it ran, I liked it. Anyway. So PSNY, so it is sort of public. I guess it is here. They must have done an IPO back here, or was a SPAC that turned into PSNY. Disney making new highs, DIS making new highs. Yeah, glad I got out of the sweet green SG. All right, guys. Well, 20 minutes. I don't see any new questions coming in, so I'm basically done for the day in terms of trading. Oh, Luca, I'm sorry. You asked me a question about MIRM. Well, I was all excited about it, MIRM. I guess doesn't trade very much. There's not a lot of. You know what it is? It's the float, 25 million in the float. So it was a little bit erratic, but this is an all-time high. I was actually thinking of taking it on a 32 break and I sort of lost sight of it. So when you say, what do I think about shorting it? Well, I mean, it's an all-time high. So your guess is as good as mine. Where, I mean, it'll probably stop somewhere, but where? Now I see that, you asked that question at 224. So, I'm 20 minutes behind you. And that's from our YouTube room. LA Snab. Okay, ARM again challenging that VWAP. Little news hit for GM. Hike the wage offer to 20%. Now this is going to be something. Is it? I think it's tonight, isn't it? 11:30 tonight. And then who knows what's going to happen with GM and Ford. I'm sorry, I don't know why I have ASTI on my screen here. ASTI. This is the one that did a one for 200 reverse split a few days ago. So it is popping here. What? We're right at the VWAP, guys. 58.81. For ARM, VWAP is trying to hold it. Well, guys, SMTC now is sort of a little more interesting. I mean, it's been pretty choppy. I mean, it hit 25.21. That was at 9:30. It's an earnings play. Had a couple of upgrades, I think, but it's been very choppy. Had a pretty big sell-off. Moved up higher. Another big red bar. Never like to see that, because you can get another one. But 25 is a key number to get over. The highs looking left, 24.85. 24.88. So it's at 24.93 right now. This might be one to watch tomorrow. See if it can, maintain this 25 level, because the next high looking left is 27.05. So that would be a couple of dollars. But it's just, the problem with having a red bar like that, I look at that and go, well, it could happen again. Anything can happen, of course, but I mean, not, I don't mind red bars, but that's pretty dramatic sell off. 24.74. Down to 24. Meanwhile, again, ARM is right at the VWAP. Well, you know what? I mean, a short right here and then put the stop just over the VWAP, you know? I mean, ooh, that's a big difference. Yeah, that is a big difference. What do other people have the VWAP at? Hmm. Yeah, that's a big difference. 58.81. That's about a dollar difference. So, or not quite a dollar, 60 cents or so. Pretty big difference. Okay, well, 58.86, 58.81. That's close. Remember, this is a moving target also. What's my view on Tesla? Will it continue to be bullish? So, you know, again, you're asking the wrong person. You know, I don't take a, I don't swing trade or anything like that. But, you know, I mean, Tesla's came out with their news about basically AI, but what analysts are saying, it's not just, it's almost like they're treating Tesla as a technology company rather than just an automaker. So, do you think that's bullish? There's been some pretty huge price targets put on it. $400, I think, was a Morgan Stanley. So, but that's up to you. You know, I certainly wouldn't say yes, I do. So you should buy this. No. Well, if we believe our VWAP, it's right there again. It's right there, 58.81. You know, the thing is, we're getting these bottom scales here. Sellers have been trying to knock it down a bit. Hmm. Just give me a moment, guys. Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm intrigued. I have to admit, I'm intrigued by this. The arm. Just hanging around the VWAP. Well, what we have for the VWAP anyway, 58, 58.81. All right, guys, 2:53. So I'll be wrapping up pretty soon. Again, William will keep the room open till at least 4, maybe a little later. Have any questions? Now's a good time. Take one last look at my home page. Real quick one this time. BMEA. Okay, somebody from our YouTube room asking about BMEA. Haven't seen that one. Biomea Fusion. Hmm. So in terms of what though? A day trade? Has earnings on this next month? No, November. I'm sorry, 2 months, November 6th. So in terms of what though? I mean, right now, in a big sell-off earlier. Oh, there we go, guys. Maybe this is the clue now for ARM. Just give me a moment, please. I'm really intrigued by this one right now. So I don't know what to say about BMEA. I mean, in terms of what though? I mean, if you're asking me, do I think it's going to continue to bounce from here? I have no idea. Yesterday, big topping tail. Today, big bottoming tail. Kind of direction unknown. I mean, the trend is down. You can see on the weekly chart, the trend is definitely still down. Well, okay, if you think this bottom tail is the sign of reversal, then go for it. But remember, you had a topping tail yesterday, so people probably may have thought that was the sign of reversal, and they got slammed down. Not slammed down, but you're in a downtrend. I mean, that's all I can say. You're still in a big downtrend on the weekly chart. You're guessing now, whether or not this is going to be the bottom, 1376. It might be, but I don't have a feel for this one. So somebody in our main room who is, I don't want to call him a medical specialist, but certainly I think he knows his stuff when it comes to this stuff. All their drugs are in phase 1 or lower. So I mean, now it doesn't mean they can't come up tomorrow with a big positive press release, but they're losing $3 a year, $3 per share a year. So I mean, there's a reason why this is happening. Now, okay, he is saying that BMEA has one diabetes drug in phase 2, but again, I'm gonna if you I hate to give advice really like this, but I'm not a swing trader, so I cannot comment on whether or not that bottoming tail is finally sufficient for it to start to move up a little bit. But just look what happened yesterday. I'm sure people thought, oh, okay, we're on the way back. Got up to 1531 and closed at 1482. Then got all the way down to 13. To me, it's just too uncertain. Okay, guys, real quick on my homepage. Okay, so as always, you want to take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, 15% off the first month only. If you want a better, excuse me, a better discount, if you're going to take on an annual, I can give you 25%. Just have to let me know. Getting started, you must do this. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 quick videos. If you're new to trading, you can take a look at this series of videos. It's all free. Stock of the day is free. Trade of the week, which is sort of working now. ENVX was the trade of the week. And it did trigger on Monday at 1480. And now it has come right back down. So, so you could have made some money. All the education is here. And if you want my scans, here they are. Okay, here are the scans I'm sharing. I think this should be changed now. Let's take a look. Yes. Okay. So, and no sound alert. Okay. So this should be, you guys, this should mimic exactly what I've got. If you're seeing the Coke, wondering, well, where's my, that is the last alert I had on a suggestion to short. Okay. That's why you're seeing that there. So again, here are all my scans. If you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit to the center section, and there are my scans that I'm sharing. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please go to my homepage, click on my promo, whatever the promo is going to be. And it just helps the room, okay? Keeps the room free. This is a free room, but there is a cost, obviously, to run the room. So the company wants to see that it's at least covering the costs, okay? All right, guys, I think that's it for me. So 3:01. So have a great day great evening. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. And so William will take over for me now. I'm going to shut down my screen, but we will keep the room open. Those of you who are on YouTube, if you do want to head over to the main room, I'll give you the link. You can head over. There are still people there talking about stocks. Keep that open a bit. Okay, so I'm shutting down the screen sharing now. Okay, YouTubers, so you can still hear me. So I just put the link for the main room, and I'll shut you guys down now also.